Oh, hello, Say. I wasn't expecting somebody so soon. Considering. Just give me a minute. I'm getting, Somehow 4 started up. Oh, you gotta go with GOG. Oh, he works kind of slow. Alright, that makes sense. Got it. Give me my GOG. Oh, it's opened over here. I actually thought it was over here. So it normally is. Actually, it would be better over there now I think about it. That's cool. Apparently I want to preserve games. That's good. To be fair, that wouldn't have to be a thing if games as a service was a thing. There we go. Alright. Minus out of that. Perfect. I'm gonna get my other stuff ready. Oh, wait. I got one thing. There. Now it's perfect. Let's say we're probably a bit over halfway now. And the hauntings are getting kind of annoying. It's like, geez, you don't need to give me so many hauntings. Get like what, one a time I go back? Like, geez, at least give me some time to grab some like candles and saint medallions and shit. Sometimes I consider just leaving it there so I can just save. Unless it's like right next to the save, obviously, but you know. Should be below Forest World. I also hope Walter doesn't come back, because it turns out he's not a ghost, so that's annoying. Just barely still alive by that logic. Only found 2 after the Forest World. I feel like I might have missed one in the Subway World or something. Atmosphere does get pretty creepy though, compared after the little fan gets broken. Because now there's like no sound or anything. Less jump scares too, which increases the tension. So that's a cool little... That's a feature that I actually kind of like on that part. Even if the hauntings get a little annoying. Also, Walter himself is really annoying because he like just goes around like trying to shoot you, and you have to shoot him back most of the time or smack him. So he'll start running around in a darn circle. Yeah, going all over the darn place. At least I found the chain already. I heard that one's really good for her. I'm just hoping he's not in the, what was after the Forest World again? Water prison, I think? I might be wrong. It's either the building or the water prison. like right under the forest. Well, yeah, I was just wondering which one was first. I've forgotten. There you are. You been being attacked? You look like you're hurt. He just gets that bloody super easy. You making those chain noises? I know you're gonna have the chain, so probably. Oh, maybe it's this thing actually. Whatever that thing is. Hey, look, it's me. No, kidding. You know, after some of these points, I don't blame you. Alright, where are we?
What is this place?
Good question. I don't think I've seen this yet. Nothing interesting besides this. Let's go. After some of these parts, I definitely don't blame you, though, for not playing this game again afterwards. Might just get the bad ending or good ending or whatever ending I get and just roll with it at this point. Okay, so it is the water prison. At least I think this is the water prison. I'm expecting an elevator, though. I'm gonna try to limit my saving. Mostly just because of how annoying it is. Oh, fuck. Already? God damn, dude. Yay. Oh my god, he got twin pistols? Oh, fuck off. Come on. That's annoying. Let me get some healing items then. I was hoping I wouldn't have to deal with them, especially right outside the gate. Ay, ay, ay. Another haunting. It looks like they have decided to spare me this time, at least. I'm going to summarize everything that I've learned about Walter Sullivan so far. Yeah, I can see why. Goodness. He was born right here in room 302. Born right in the room? Crazy. Sounds like your parents did a natural birth thing. In like the bathtub or something. South Ashfield Heights. His parents abandoned him soon afterwards and disappeared to somewhere, leaving the baby alone. They just... Okay, so... They did a natural birth thing in a bathtub or something, and then they just immediately orphaned him. I'm starting to see why this guy's acting like this. I'm starting to understand his logic. My parents didn't even show up for my birth. Yeah, that is very terrible. For real. He was discovered and sent to St. Jerome's Hospital. He was adopted, in quotes, by Wish House, very quotes, an orphanage. Orphanage should also be quotes, considering, in the forest near Silent Hill, that's run by the secret Silent Hill religious cult. When he was 6 years old, someone from the cult showed him where he was born. Since then, he is stated to believe that room 302 itself, in other words, this room was his mother. Oh, so he's trying to revive the room, or? Every week he traveled from the orphanage to South Ashfield Heights, a pretty long trip for a kid his age. Sometimes he took the subway and sometimes the bus. I'm tired. My headache is already killing me. I'll write more tomorrow, July 8th, 28th. Just wondering. Glad they signed. Now, give me another haunting on that one. I guess it would have been too quick for another haunting, to be fair. Speaking of, just in case that one's annoying, I might need that just to be safe. I don't think I'll need the apartment keys yet. There you go. I don't think I have lost enough health to use the med kit, if I remember correctly, from how much the nutrition drink actually heals. Oh, what? I think the only one that I really had to pin down for Ghost was like in the fucking Cynthia one, I think it was. The Cynthia Ghost. She was really annoying. She would not leave me alone at all. I had to fucking force her down. Mostly because of that fucking crawl shit. There's also because she was fast as fuck. If you, like, smack her a bunch, she wouldn't stay down, she'd just start crawling on the ground. Crazy. I was about to say. Did you come with? I was about to say. Oh, great. Come on. Are you serious? Come on. Walter's still coming, you dick. Oh my god, come on. Speaking of, we probably gotta check a bunch of shit too. Hopefully he don't come in here. He might though. Let's see. Okay, these guys aren't too bad though. Speaking of, does this notice anything different?
It's so damp and gross here.
Yeah, at least. Trouble, I stood in front of the surveillance room and yelled as loud as I could, but nobody came out. I think that's new. Oh, these guys are actually pushovers, it turns out. I learned that these guys are just pushovers. They're really spooky looking, but they're very terrible against combat. They die from one stomp, and then... Actually, yeah, a couple of stomps, maybe more like, yeah. It's still very easy to pin down. Oh! Yes, always take the pistol bullets if you fight them. Same with the magnum, if you have the space, especially. I don't think Walter comes in here. That's good. I at least got a bit of a break from him there. Boy genius, I figured out the answer to the surveillance room puzzle. It's light and water. think we still have the building world at least after this, but I can't remember. You got the hole here. Seems like all the doors are unlocked. Sounds good at least. I think it was the first floor that had, but we needed to get down to the kitchen. Unless you just checking these rooms, have anything new in them? Oh, candle, nice. Speaking of, Eileen, you need some healing for real. You look terrible. Now I look like I'm sleeping. Huh? Are those footsteps? I wonder if they saw me. If I remember correctly, I just place it right in front of her. This is also a great place to use it at. Now we just wait for it to burn out. So, how's your day going, Ellie? I'm like staring right at her. These little amoeba things just crawl all around. What a great visual right there. X is good too, but I like baseball bat the most. At least in testing. I probably just don't like the idea of touching people too much in this game. I wonder why. Okay, it's almost out. Looking much better, Eileen. There you go. Don't look as bloody as he used to, at least. This cannon will probably be saved for not healing her, unless she gets really badly broken up again. Alright. Let's get going then. Oh, look, more of these guys. Gotcha. Oh, fucking wall, guys. Is the lore worth it? Probably not, honestly. Can look that up later. Alright, just another whole room. I don't think I got anything in there. And this is just back to the start. Would it be better to just jump down there, considering? Honestly, yeah. You alright? Just never heard you sneeze before. Yeah, I know twin victims. I just was, thinking out loud, I think. Might be wrong. I don't want to drop 2 floors, so... At least not yet. So I probably go to the one that I'm right in front of. By that logic. Just hope it's not really bad over here. Wait, she gonna jump too, or? Is she just gonna stay there? I guess she's just gonna stay there. There. Pistol bullets. It's getting full though. Sometimes he's there. No, because I see a shadow move or hear his footsteps. Seems like all the lore is still pretty much the same. Yeah, I should probably go grab Eileen then. Luckily for ladders, eh? Oh, he's over there. Fuck off, dude. Come on, then. Thought you'd jump down the hole with me, but apparently not. Move. Go down, Eileen. Eileen! At least she's running. Oh, he doesn't attack her? I thought he did. Oh, I guess he does. Eileen, come on. Jeez. Come on. Come on, Eileen. Jesus. It's not worth it. Come on. Eileen, come on. I'll just step on him for you. Come on. No, this way, Eileen. Come on. I'm starting to get why people don't like this escort mission.
Fast.
You don't want to decide to kill a bunch of flies for no reason. Survival horror. Stop attacking literally everything. Some things you can easily skip. It's not one of those things. Mostly just because he takes up so much fucking room. Alright. So be sure. Alright. I'm going, feeling like that here pretty soon. Oh yeah, she can't go down. There you go. Can somehow still do this even while invisible. Alright, Eileen, come on. I'm only clearing him out because she'll just start taking forever with him. Okay, I'm right in front of the door. Ew. Fucking slugs are here today. Alright, you stay here. Seems mostly safe besides that. Oh, I've seen the, at least a bit of the Silent Hill 2 remake. It looks pretty similar to the original, though. Though it definitely has some improvements for sure. Team Blooper did a good job, though. I did kind of actually like Layers of Fear, unlike some people for some reason. Alright, got any hauntings in here today? Well, if we do, it doesn't look like there's any to the save room. Or save. Ah, fuck, there is. Fuck is it that's doing that? No, literally. Oh, it's the painting, I think. I think we still have another candle. Get the item. Very nice. Get one candle. Put all these pistol bullets in. Put it in the one spot I really need it. Why can't you put it there? I'm really just trying to figure out what the fuck, where the fuck this is supposed to be put at. There! Jesus. It has like the weirdest spots to be put at. I didn't even see what it like took out. I thought it was the painting, but it's apparently not the painting. Because the painting still looks normal. Maybe there's something outside the window? Either way, I didn't really see it, so... And here I was hoping that it didn't actually fucking... activate around the save point. They're like, oh yeah, let's have it right at the save point where you wanted to save. Grand. There we go. We won't use it till it hits red again. I'm gonna try to avoid doing too many hauntings unless they get really out of hand or when they're in the way of the save room. I'm gonna say book. I think there was one that I got that was a head, but I didn't really see the head. It's kind of hard to see like the spooky stuff if you put it in a weird spot. That's another issue with this game, is that they put some of the craziest jump scares in the hardest to see spots. Without taking damage, of course. I guess you could always use the continue button. At least that I have. Yeah, at least give me the continue button for this so I can redo it. You gonna have Eileen, you alright? You were in this room with slugs, so... Yeah, you're doing fine. Oh, speaking of... A Silent Hill cult?
Silent Hill cult?
Yeah, I'd say so.
The place where they kept all those kids locked up?
Alright, I wasn't done checking out the, oh, well, wrong direction. Oh, it's the other one. Was it always locked from the other side, or is it just now locked? I guess it was always locked from the other side. Let's go back up to the second. Hopefully he's gone. Come on. Oh, fuck off, dude. Don't fight him. Okay. God, I was worried she was gonna fight him. I should just leave her in a safe space with the hole or something. So then only I have to deal with Walter. That's all I need her. Actually sounds like a great idea right now. And I'm contributing too much to the combat right now. And then I'll go pick her back up when I'm about to... or when I'm done exploring and I'm about to reach the, end. Because I definitely wouldn't want to leave her here with Walt. Alright, you stay in this bloody bathroom. Bloody bathroom, buddy. Bedroom, more like. Jail room. Where you'll be safe. And if I need you, I'll pick you back up. How about that? Let me use less candles too, probably. Some kind of strange sword. Oh, speaking of. Got 3 out of 5. He was just looking at it, so I was just like, is there something under there? fuck is that noise? Shouldn't be anybody here. Oh, besides these guys, of course. Ouch. Oh, you dick. Yeah, I'm starting to regret not bringing her. It's because these guys are getting me a little bit more than I was expecting. At least, I mean, at least I have nutrition. I mean, nothing. Door's lock's broken. It's always broken, to be fair. It looks like we'll have to jump down from a higher spot for it. Oh, we literally cannot jump down from a higher spot for that one. That's right. This one's just straight up locked, I think, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can go into it, but it will just bring you to this door, which isn't really that helpful. At least for me right now. Over just going over there myself. Same with all these. 3. And the one right here might have something. We'll check it. Maybe the last thing we check here. Oh, speaking of. At least the guy can't really run away over here very much. Speaking of, a candle. Just what I needed. Yes, give me. I really need them. I'm running low. No, I don't need to go that way, honestly. Skip it. Save the medkit. Alright, now down to the first floor for a bit. Actually, I can just use the ladder considering Ellie's not with me. God, having Ellie in a safe space really helps with this part. So less annoying. I want to hear him, like, talking about some things, but, like, small price to pay for some of this stuff. That one's locked no matter what, I think. Broken. Slugs there. Whew. Is that worth it for the lore? I'd say no. Oh, it's readable anyways. What's up with the chains? Okay, broken. Run, 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 run. Alright. What's it going around? So I thought he was gone from this place after the first time around. Oh, except for that one. Oh, holy candle. That's why I like checking. That's why I explore, even if it's really difficult. I'm sick of being watched. That's locked. There's one more room over here that we can check, it looks like. Hey, stop pushing me, dude. Jesus. Alright. Oh, there's a nutrition drink. Perfect. Forget where my health's at, though. Alright, so I think we already have them all lined up. Just need to figure out the one that has, like, all 3. Yeah, it's that one. I wonder if Eileen's gonna follow me to that. Probably not, but actually we might have a way to go there that doesn't require us to, Actually, I still think that's the only way to there, now I think about it. Unless we have a... Well, actually, no, she doesn't take the ladders. We could try jumping there, but... we might have to unlock it from the other side without her for a sec. It makes sense. Oh no, that's the other side. Okay. I thought that went down. No, it doesn't go down. So yeah, we're gonna have to go all the way up to the top and jump down. Yeah, you got her. Just wandering around. This is why I kept Eileen over there so I could just go roll around. So much faster. I mean, I can try to leave her or put her over there, but I don't think she's gonna jump just like she has a jump for this one. Yeah, come on. So yeah, we're gonna have to jump down here, unlock it from the other side for her, go back up, and then grab her to, like, probably end up the whole thing. End the whole thing. There we go. Oh, that one was my fault. Anything to grab over here? Doesn't look like it. Which one's that special one, yeah? Is the code the same or is it still unlocked? If the code's the same, you have to look it up because I did not write it down. Then I wasn't sure if we were going to need it again or not. Oh, okay, I'm going to need to use up some stuff, it looks like. But another nutrition drink. I'm guessing I'm gonna need that for something. I don't know what, but apparently I need it for something. At least I got a couple of candles to use. So I'm gonna have to figure out where the fuck to put them if they decide to haunt me, but... Oh, wait. Oh, it's a... Okay. I'm definitely gonna need that then. And not going that way yet. First I'm unlocking it, obviously. Just gonna have to walk all the way around. Probably gonna be annoying for her, but... You know. We're gonna need to do it, so... Alright, let's see if the hauntings are getting weird. Or getting crazy. These ghosts act up a little bit during the night, you know. Is Does this imply that like the entirety of Silent Hill room for the room is like done within like what 2 days or so? There. I knew I was probably gonna at least need one. Anything else want to get at me? It looks like a no, but I might be wrong. Okay, it looks like it's fine, at least from here. I don't need anything from the kitchen, so I'm going to leave it be. If there is any haunting, I don't know. I could check, I guess. Okay, yeah, there's nothing. Anything on the radio? Considering you turn it on, I wouldn't be surprised if it just starts turning on randomly. At least we're able to save one. I think the issue with the other one is that it also goes over the... You know, I might as well put most of these in there. Just because I haven't been needing to use more than one at a time, so... I'm gonna put the Swords of Obedience in there just so I can have some more room. Put that in there too for later usage. And we should have plenty of room for the Saint Medallion. In case we need it, of course. But, excuse me. Saving the Magnum ammo for a boss, which I feel like we're going to have pretty soon here if we keep going at the pace we're going. Let me save while I'm in this situation. Especially because I gotta go to the restroom here soon. So, gonna pause. And I'm gonna go BRB real quick. See you in a minute. Oh, also. Oh, I have to go? Alright. See you later, see ya. See ya later. Not a joke. Alright. And quit the title. Yes. I'm gonna load it. Alright, so we're still gonna another hour, looks like. So yeah, I think we can finish up the water, or the second time water world before we have to end stream. Speaking of, I wonder if anybody's streaming that I actually like. Guess we'll see. I know that's the right way, actually. Oh, somewhat. Okay, it should be this one. Yeah. Oh, I passed it. Whoops. Hey, come on. If I remember correctly, Building World is the finished one, so near the end of Building World, we should probably near the ending of Building World, we should try to heal her if possible. If not, then, well, tough shit, I guess. I was about to say. We're gonna run out of moment's notice. Gotta deal with Walter. If he's still here. He might have gone to the bedroom considering I saw a shadow, honestly. Speaking of. Ah, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. For like 5 minutes. Crazy. Come on. Link, come on.
Please, don't leave me alone.
Come on then. Jesus. Come on. Absolute slowpoke over here, for real. So this makes me want to play some fucking Bioshock Infinite just to remember what good escort quests are like. No, the only issue with this is that we have to walk or run over here because of the fact that we cannot go down the ladders or anything with her around. You know, it's weird that I haven't seen a single ghost in this world so far. I say that, and now I'm probably gonna jinx myself, and now I'm gonna have to deal with ghosts. I probably will when I have to deal with go to that one room anyways, but you know. Okay, that one was my fault for real. I haven't found that pickaxe of spare. I hope it wasn't back in that forest, because if so, I've totally missed it. Am I just back at the beginning, or... I don't think I have. I might be wrong, though. Is there anything deeper? There is. That's right. Forgot about that. I'm back.
I wonder if this is where that boy was kept too.
God, I hope not. Actually, it might have been. Now I think about it. Some just t-shirt, or is it shirt with something written on in wax. Take the shirt. Prisoner's shirt. Something is written on it in wax. Maybe you could soak it in some kind of colored liquid. Okay, so this probably needs to be done at the apartment. And then let's go around here. I'm gonna check that other room too. Yep, fuck. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit you. Okay, there's some ammo here. Yeah, I was trying to go that way. Nothing else over here, it seems. I don't know what room that is. Torture room? Maybe? Oh, fuck. These things are hard to get the depth perception on. Is she gonna at least be able to go up this ladder? Oh, wait. Well, there could be something interesting in there. Should I leave her down there? I mean, these things can't really move, so she might be fine here. Check if there's anything else around here. Oh! A thing. It's a leather sap? Oh, it's a nightstick. It's probably extremely painful, but I think it's really short. Okay, yeah. We're good. say. Can you please, like, get out of my range? Alright, we're gonna go a bit further down now. So glad they never stick these things with those, guys who like to pop out of the walls and slap you. I'm glad they're honestly not in this version of the, prison. So that would suck. Okay, we're almost there. You know, dealing with flies, that reminds me.
Where's Mommy?
Are you alright? Such a weird thing to say around here. What the fuck? Oh, it's those things.
Daddy? Where's Daddy?
You alright? You should be fine around here, right? I mean, this is right here, so... Oh, speaking of... Gimme. Nice. Alright, you stay here. Oh, glitching up there. Alright, anything trying to kill me? Not yet. So I need to put in some kind of liquid, it says. Liquid! Okay, nothing visual, at least. At least from what I see. Put this in here, put this in here. I heard that's not that helpful, so... Put that in there for now. Put the pistol bullets in. For later use. So, probably have to put that in the bloody thing. I might be wrong, though. Oh, excuse me. Honestly, silver bullets look like they fit more in the Magnum than the fucking pistol. Honestly, just in case, I'm gonna keep that on me for a bit. Equip that just to be safe. Not there. probably either in the bathroom or over here. Not there. Not the oil. No, not the oil either. I think it must be the bathroom then, by that logic. There we go. The room is on the second floor, and I had to drink something with black thing in it. I hid the sword with the triangle under my bed. That guy, the fat one, took the basement key. It's on the second floor. I think I got the sword. Yeah. Yeah. That guy, the fat one, took the basement key. Next time I'll stick this triangle sword into that pig and take the key. Alright, so it's with the fat guy? No, none of it I just saved. Jeez. I was right click to do it, alright. Anything outside or a note maybe? My place isn't haunted, but I might want to take that just to be safe. Still got half an hour to get through the rest of this area at least. So fat guy, it's gotta be at least popping up in Waterworld, right? Only makes sense, right? Hey, you alright? You got the worms, but like, I don't think this should be causing anything to you. They don't even come near us. I ain't gonna shoot until it turns out to be hostile, probably. So it should be the end. If any ghosts want to get in my way... Oh. Oh. He said something about the fat guy. It's probably with him or something. Coming near the end. Was it Joseph's? Oh no, that's something else. There you go. So where's the fat guy? It doesn't really say where the fat guy is. Alright, let me go back, and then I'm gonna go look this up. 'Cause I don't know where the fat guy would be. At least in here. Yeah. The Nothing weird yet, it looks like. Probably because I didn't progress too much. Yeah. Alright. Let me save and then I'm gonna look this up. Actually, I don't even have to save. I pretty much just saved. Because I don't remember where his, like, original cell was. Like... Guy... on... water prison... second... visit... Silent Hill 4. Prison 2, yeah. Down the stairs until you see the ghost. What? I'm wondering where he is, not where the fucking, not to fucking beat him. Oh, that's actually a good idea, yeah. I mean, you absolutely will need to use one shortly. Oh, okay. You need to... Okay, basement stairway, alright. Well, let me get ready then, I guess. Since we didn't do very much, I just want to save right here, just to be sure. Quit the title. I was speaking. Need the silver bullet just to be safe. Regular pistol. Annoying we gotta kill him, but... Or put him down, I should say, for a bit at least. this for at least a little. And get some extra bullets just to be safe. I'm gonna bring about 30 bullets just to be safe with this guy. I'm worried that he might do something crazy. Apparently this guy is mandatory. Elaine? Oh, here. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna waste this. Actually, a single silver bullet. Oh, there he is. There you go. Come on. I see him. Alright, so the single silver just immediately knocks him down. Nice. Explains why they only gave me one. Well, I probably don't need to keep him locked up like this anymore. It was literally only to get his key. So come on. I honestly thought it would take more. I honestly thought it would take more. Come on. I was just using the same medallion to slow him down, even, so. And yeah, obviously. Actually, let's just go. And save in there. Hopefully there's not too many ghosts around here. Kinda glad I got those pistol bullets in it.
Joseph said he was writing.
Oh wait, are those even real?
This place. Wait.
Okay, they are real. Sorry. At least they're pushovers for the most part. Come on. Hey. Come on. Okay, he's dead. Anything else I can push around besides you, obviously, Eileen? You're good. Alright. Wasn't as bad as I was expecting it to be on that. I was worried because there's so many of them. Alright, that definitely seems like a good place to stop, though, for real. What kind of freaky get up is this? Saving that last candle for near the end of the next area. I mean, unless you die, then I'll probably grab it and force you into a safe spot. Oh, he's the most annoying, yeah. I guess that's fair then that we used the silver bullet on him. I don't know, he's been there. Nothing weird yet. Yeah. Since it was also pretty close, I'm just save on the same one. Yeah. See me. Alright, let's go find somebody to raid now then. It's gonna be a bit off, but you know. As always do and do. Alright, hope you all had a good time, and thank you all for coming, and I will see you probably Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Dr. Crowgreen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome on in, raiders. I hope you are doing good today, Doctor. Good, Doctor. Welcome on stickers. Mm. I made 3 stickers. I'll definitely be making more.
But they did think that it was star poop. More specifically, they thought it was some weird substance that only came about during meteor showers, so that led to them to conclude that this had to be star excrement of some kind that came from the heavens, and also had healing properties. There were legitimately people that went hunting for this stuff, thinking that it had medicinal properties of some kind that could be used to heal wounds, or shrink swelling, or maybe was good moisturizer. I mean, I honestly can't say for certain. I haven't wiped star poop on myself, so I can't say that this thing is effective or that it works. All I can say is that medieval people certainly thought so, and to me that just gives me the image of like this medieval farm boy that broke his arm, and he goes to his dad like, "Papa, I have broken my arm farming." So they go to a clinic in town and they just say, "Alright, I know how to fix it. Where's the star poop?" People are just a different breed back then. After making fun of them, I now realize that people in the 21st century would probably be just as eager to do that, which only gets grosser when you find out what this thing could be. For the longest time, scientists believed that star jellies were ground up prey that predators would hack up like they were owl pellets. In particular, frogs, because I don't know why they were so specific with this. They thought that the innards of a frog, specifically the reproductive organs and the egg sacs, would not be dissolved so easily. So when whatever ate them coughed them back up, Attack on Titan style, they would come out looking kind of funny, maybe a little translucent, but they wouldn't look like the puffed up slime. They would kind of just look more like owl pellets until they came into contact with rainwater, where they would start to swell and then look like star jellies. Which, would you love your slime girlfriend if she was a rolled up ball of froggy fallopian tubes? In recent memory, scientists have come up with a better theory and a more accurate one that says that the slime jelly is quite possibly the result of a type of algae,
built different.
a cyanobacterium that once it comes into contact with rainwater, it then starts to swell up and looks a lot like jelly. So science seems to say that my slime girl might come from something more plant-based, and I'm okay with that. Whether or not you believe this is just a predatory owl pellet or star poop or a plant is completely up to you. But I will say that the algae that the slime jelly is
Screw you, I would if I could.
The specific cyanobacterium, it can grow just about anywhere if given the right climate. So that means it can grow from forests to just your own rutted, gravelly driveway, which just so happens to be where 2 cops find it in the year 1950 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In the early fall of 1950, 2 officers are on patrol in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, when they notice something fall from the sky. When they go to investigate, they describe what they find as a pulsating purple jelly about 6 feet in diameter that for some reason seemed to move and vibrate on its own, as if it was a living creature. Later reports would say that these officers saw crystallized structures inside of this thing, and its body started to emanate steam, in which they called for backup immediately. Which, yeah, if I saw some weird purple jelly fall from the sky and then start emanating steam and move like it had a life of its own, I think I'd call for backup too. We then had 4 officers on the scene that were able to confirm the story of the 2 men and explain they saw what they thought they saw, to which one of them actually put their hand in it and grabbed it, and the slime began to dissolve immediately after he held it in his hands. Newspapers would continue to cycle the story of this weird purple goo that fell from the sky, and would do it to such a degree that it caught the attention of a Hollywood director that used it as inspiration for their movie in 1958 titled The Blob. Sorry, the camera died mid-shoot, so I took the opportunity to shower, hence the change of shirt. Anyway, what was I talking about? The Blob? The Blob is super important to slime lore because this is what ended up inspiring everything else down the line. As for those of you curious, The Blob is intended to be a horror movie of just a gelatinous mass that eats a person, gets a taste for human flesh, and then grows until it can't stop eating. This is also the first time a slime was shown as a horror movie villain, or just like a horror element at all. Because, like I said, people wrote poetries about the slime jelly, but there were also just descriptions, like each one of them either compared the star jelly to poop or just talked about how weird it looked. Nobody ever thought that this thing was evil by any means until this movie came out. You have other stories, and I feel the need to mention that there are things like the Lovecraftian Shoggoths back in the 30s, where Lovecraft created these Cthulhu-like monsters that were said to be mountains of mayhem or mountains of madness. But those look like physical octopuses, among other things. I don't know if I would call them slimes, technically. And then there was another story called The Ooze that was made by a man named Anthony M. Rod, but they were fighting an octopus, like straight up. They called it The Ooze, and they were fighting a tentacled octopus, so that doesn't count. That's not a slime. The Blob, however, was a slime that was inspired by slime jellies, as we can confirm, as one of the producers said that they were inspired to write the script around that event in 1950, where the two cops found that star jelly fall from the sky. But wait, I'm sure you're wondering, how can you turn a slime jelly into a horror movie icon? It does nothing, and it dissolves when you touch it, and it just kind of moves a little bit and can't do anything, which was certainly a pickle for the longest time. But wouldn't it be the darndest thing if there was a single-celled organism out there that we can loosely base a slime off of to make into a horror movie icon? Thus, the amoeba makes its grand entrance, and the screenwriters do their best to try to Frankenstein the amoeba and the slime jelly together. What they ended up coming up with was a creature with a slime jelly-like body, but with an amoeba-like attitude that only knows to grow and consume without stopping, which is absolutely horrifying, and I don't know if I want that as a girlfriend. That is until the 70s, when in 1974, a man named Gary Gynax, who is most famous for being the co-creator of Dungeons & Dragons, had an idea to create a creature that he referred to as the Gelatinous Cube. And yes, it is confirmed that the Gelatinous Cube was inspired by the Blob that was made in 1958. And it didn't just stop at D&D either. Nearly at the same time, in 1976, the Mattel Toy Company, which is the same toy company that made Barbie, rolls out a new ooze-like toy to children that they dub Slime. They would soon follow that up with a Slime board game that I guess kids would try to manipulate the game pieces to have them run away from a giant slime monster. I don't know, I didn't look into it. The point is, slime is becoming more and more of a household thing, and now that the word slime is out there, people are starting to refer to ooze and jelly and all sorts of other items like this as slimes. Not to be outdone, D&D also creates a whole line of slimes that have different types and variations, including one that can shapeshift into different members of your family, or I think people that it's eaten in the past, so that way it can try to trick you into getting closer and then snatch you like a Venus flytrap. So you've no doubt noticed a theme that's been going on here. We have a movie that is about a horrifying man-eating slime. We have an RPG that has horrifying slime creatures in it. We have a board game where one of the sole intentions is to try to run away from the slime. The reputation that slimes have at this point is a horrifying rep. That is until the horrifying slime monster falls into the hands of a country that is so good at doing this, making things cute. In 1986, the Japanese making things cute. In 1986, the Japanese gaming company Chunsoft wanted to create an RPG that they would later dub Dragon Quest. I don't know all that much about the game, but what I do know is that they wanted...
Glitch. Oh, as soon as I fucking reloaded it. Skip.
You should never kill yourself, because if you do, you lose your life.
I mean, yeah. That's kind of...
And I like alive guys more than dead guys.
Oh, no, this is a good reason.
Never kill yourself, Oomphy. I love you. Mwah. Yeah, and if your dad's your litter, they're just gonna be like standing man emote in your grave.
That's true.
And we're all gonna be streaming and having fun every day. And you're gonna be lying there in your coffin all alone. It's cold and dark. You can't watch my streams, so never kill yourself.
Well, now I am convinced. Shondo. That would probably make most streamers not want to laugh. It definitely makes me laugh. Is a liberal? Oh god. Poor Matara doesn't know what she's getting into on that one. That one I actually watched, so that one could be fun.
Welcome back, you filthy sons of whores, to yet another response video. As always,
speaking.
this is a response to the comment section of a different video. If you haven't seen that different video, which should be in the right-hand corner of your screen, I think, then I don't know what you're doing watching this. Who the fuck starts watching a show halfway through the goddamn season? That don't
Update
make
this
no
light.
damn sense. So, unless you
I guess it is
like
GOG, to be
being
fair.
confused, if you haven't seen that video, go watch it and come back. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the video, and if you do, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, share, and join the membership so you can get videos early. Okay? Okay. Let's get started. Alright, so first up, there were a couple of arguments that were being made against my cyberpunk portion of the video. They were basically talking about the exact same thing. First one being that I didn't talk about all these massive tanks and mechs and all these other very destructive vehicles that exist within the cyberpunk world. I was just really focusing on Atom Smasher and V, acting like they were the strongest beings in the cyberpunk universe.
That's
and
fair,
disregarding all this other stuff that exists. And yes, that's true. I didn't talk about any of the military-based shit. This is mainly because we see David Martinez take on the military in Age Runners, including an entire tank division, and wipe them out without even really trying. But I do understand that this shit happens in levels, and I should have brought up the other types of weaponry they have. Like, for instance, that big-ass fucking tank that V uses to assault Arasaka. I think it's called the Sun
Fair
ending.
enough.
Basically the ending where you call up Pan Am and join the Nomads and assault it. You drive this big fucking tank. As well as there being a massive tank that is actually a boss fight in the Phantom
Woo.
Liberty DLC. The argument was that military vehicles like this are clearly superior to V and Atom Smasher, and they would do a better job against the demons, so I should have put less focus on V and Atom Smasher. But I kind of disagree. For one, in Phantom Liberty, V does defeat that tank in the boss fight. You do
That's
beat
true.
it. And you unlock the Phantom Liberty DLC pretty early on in the game when V is not nearly as powerful as he is by the end. I mean, at the beginning of Cyberpunk 2077, V and Jackie are both struggling to take on one mech. And by the end of the game, V is capable of assaulting Arasaka Tower on his own, including taking out multiple of these mechs by himself. So there's a clear power difference here. V gets stronger and stronger throughout the entire game until he eventually surpasses Atom Smasher, who is lauded as the strongest thing in all of Night City. So while yes, during a lot of that fight, V is running away, trying to escape and survive from that tank in Phantom Liberty, I don't think that would necessarily be the case later on in the game when he's at a stronger point. As for the tank assault at the end of the game, when you call up the Nomads, it's cool that you get to use the tank and the tank's really powerful and shit, but that's one of the endings. One of the endings, you jump in the tank and you assault Arasaka, and that's cool. But the other ending, you just assault Arasaka without the tank, and you're successful either way. You don't need the tank to assault Arasaka. So could V actually take on the tank? Possibly. I would even say that it's possible that V brought the tank so that he could protect Pan Am, because Pan Am was safely inside the tank with him. But I'm aware
That's true.
that part is conjecture. At the end of the day, we don't actually know how V would scale to those tanks. We just know that David Martinez was able to destroy totally different tanks. Are these vehicles more powerful than V himself? I'm not so sure, but it's definitely possible. But whether it's possible or not, it doesn't really change my arguments. The Sentinels had literal kaiju fighting giant robots, and those robots were wiped out by the demons. In fact, it says in the lore that not a single Titan were ever taken down by any of the humans, regardless of any of their weapons. So I don't see why these much weaker tanks would really make much of a difference. The second argument that people brought up is why I didn't bring up Morgan Blackhand. And in case you don't know the history of Cyberpunk, basically back in 2020, Morgan Blackhand was arguably the strongest character in the entire series. He was equal to that of Atom Smasher. They were rivals, and for whatever reason, he's not in Cyberpunk 2077, but in the flashback, Johnny Silverhand assaults Arasaka Tower. Morgan Blackhand is there. He's mentioned in the game briefly, but he's supposed to be a part of the assault. He's just assaulting a different part of the tower. I think it was a mistake to not at least have him make an appearance because he's such a major Cyberpunk character. But yeah, basically, I didn't bring up Blackhand Morgan, and there's no evidence that he's dead, so why didn't I bring him up? And that's simple. There's no evidence of him at all. The demon invasion is happening at the end of Cyberpunk 2077 when the universe is shown to be at its strongest. That's 57 years after we last saw Blackhand Morgan in 2020. There's no evidence that he's just as strong now as he was back then. In fact, he likely isn't. All of the other characters are shown being significantly weaker or just straight up dead. The only reason why Atom Smasher is actually stronger than he was in 2020 is because he's no longer human. He's replaced literally all of his human parts with robotic parts. I think his brain might be the only part that's not machinery at this point. There's no evidence that Blackhand Morgan did that. And if he didn't, then he will have gotten significantly weaker over those 57 years, just like everybody else in the series did. But even if he didn't age at all and you locked him in a cryo chamber or some shit for the last 57 years, he would still be weaker than Atom Smasher because Atom Smasher got those upgrades. Atom Smasher has gotten considerably stronger than he was 57 years ago. Peak Blackhand Morgan just straight up doesn't compete anymore. So no, until we know that he also got those same upgrades to make himself even stronger, the assumption would be that he's an old man who's not nearly as capable as he used to. The strongest people in the series would still be V and Atom Smasher. And while I'm not going to go as far as to say that he's incapable of combat, because we see that Rogue is capable of combat, and she's just as old as Morgan Blackhand is, but she's also nowhere near Atom Smasher or V. In fact, in one of the endings, she could straight up be one-shot and killed by Atom Smasher. So yes, until it's confirmed exactly what's going on with the one-shot and killed by Atom Smasher. So yes, until it's confirmed exactly what's going on with Morgan Blackhand, there's no point in bringing him up because he's just like an old man version of himself. We don't know what he's capable of right now. And as for the entire rest of the world and not bringing them involved, there's stuff that exists in the new United States and other places. Russia's pretty powerful in the Cyberpunk universe, but 99.99999% of the story of Cyberpunk takes place in Night City. That's where everything we know is. Once that city falls and everything that we know of this universe is pretty much dead other than like hearsay that we know about in other places, there's no evidence that there's anything in any of those other countries or places that are stronger than things like Atom Smasher or even that tank that we saw V fight against. We know there's some stuff, but none of it's going to make that big of a difference. I mean, Arasaka is one of the most powerful organizations in the world, and Night City is where they are. If Arasaka falls, there's no reason to assume that all the other ones won't as well. Alright, there really wasn't any arguments for Dark Watch, so I'm just going to continue on to Crysis. So the first argument I saw a lot is that people were arguing against me saying that they wouldn't be able to use the Argent energy because it's made of souls, and they're not shown dealing with that shit. They only deal with like real energies or the alien energy, which is still just a type of energy. It's not made out of literal tortured souls. It's not magical. And basically the argument boiled down to if Earth was able to take Argent energy and use it for their weapons, there's no reason why the Crysis universe couldn't do the same thing. They couldn't just figure out how to use it. And my argument to that is that Earth didn't figure out how to use it. Samuel Hayden did. And remember, Samuel Hayden is not a human. He's a maker. The makers came together with the demons to create Argent energy. Samuel Hayden used the Argent energy to create all of Earth's weapons and basically power everything on their planet, but he's a maker. He understands how the technology works, and makers have magic. He's the only person who was able to actually use Argent energy effectively. Nobody else else on Earth is shown being able to do that. So to say that Earth just figured out how to use human souls to power their shit isn't true. They didn't even know what Argent energy was. Another argument that people had that's kind of like a spin-off to the previous argument is that Prophet was able to essentially jack into the Ceph technology and then learn all of their technology with his suit. And couldn't he do the same with the demons? And I would argue no, because one, what the fuck is he gonna jack into? There aren't any computers in hell. And again, what exactly would he learn? Would he learn how to do magic? Because again, a lot of Argent energy is magic. Crisis is an entirely technological world. They don't have magic. I just don't see how Prophet or really anyone from that universe is going to suddenly learn how to do magic through hacking and downloading information. If there even was anywhere to download the information from. You might as well ask if you can download the Dragonborn powers from Skyrim. Using fucking what? How would that even be possible? Sort of the same situation here. Last big argument I saw for Crisis, people were saying that I was super underplaying the Ceph, or basically just disregarding them entirely. So just to update you on some Crisis lore, basically the Ceph that we see in the game aren't actually the Ceph. The Ceph are said to be extremely technologically advanced, and they can basically make any technology that they want to. Any technology that you could possibly dream of, the Ceph can make. The Ceph that attack Earth are there on a mining expedition. So everyone in the game goes fucking insane trying to take out the Ceph who are invading the Earth when it's really just a bunch of fucking prospectors and miners. They're not the main military force of the Ceph, and we never actually see the full power of the Ceph themselves. And that's true. But my question would be, how exactly am I supposed to fucking scale that? We haven't seen any of the other Ceph. We don't know what they're capable of. So what exactly can I even say about it? Admittedly, I should have at least mentioned it in the original video, but we don't know what the Ceph can do. And until the game actually tells us by showing the more military-based Ceph, we don't know how powerful they are. So I'm basically just throwing out random guesses. I can only use what I see in the actual games or what is talked about. So will it eventually be revealed in Crisis 4 that the Ceph are actually these godlike universe-destroying beings and would actually put up a really good fight against the demons? Maybe, but there's nothing I can really do about that in this video since we don't know that yet. You're asking me to throw darts at a dartboard blindfolded. Alright, last up is Borderlands, and this one had the majority of the arguments, and some of them brought up some very good points. So let's go. First one being Digistruct. I did not bring up Digistruct at all. And Digistruct, in case you're not aware, is basically something that exists in Borderlands where they can just essentially create things in seconds. They just digitally construct things and they exist within the real world. They can build an entire loader bot in like 2 seconds. And they can just continuously do this. This is why the warring that goes on in the Borderlands universe essentially goes on forever, because there's no limit to what they can make. They never run out of materials or anything. They can just essentially create things out of nothing. And people were saying that when the demons show up, they're not going to be able to corrupt the loader robots. The loader robots are just going to keep being made over and over and over and over again. Cool, but there's a limit to the Digistruct, right? Like, they can't Digistruct them anywhere in the middle of a battlefield. There are certain points within the world where they can Digistruct. They do it up in these massive, like, satellite spaceship things, as well as in certain factories down on Pandora and other planets. If a planet is being completely invaded and overrun by demons who are considerably more powerful than the loader robots, and there's a constant corruption that is infecting the entire planet, including the ground and the walls and the machinery, you can keep spitting out basic bitch weak ass loader robots all you want, they're still getting fucked. Again, the most powerful demons are universal level threats. They can destroy, warp, and consume entire universes. Digistructing a bunch of fucking weak ass robots is not gonna change their fate. It might prolong the war a little bit against the ground troops, but you also have to remember that the ground troops of demons are people from countless universes that have been corrupted and sucked into hell. Hell in the Doom universe is considerably bigger than anything in Borderlands. They can destruct as many robots as they want for the next several billion years, and they still would not have a fraction of the army that the demons had. There was another argument that the Digistruct can be used to bring people back from the dead, because that's what happens in gameplay. When your character dies, they get Digistructed back into the nearest Digistruct little fucking point thing. This one's simple enough. That's not canon. We see characters die constantly in the Borderlands universe. Digistruct cannot Digistruct people. It's just a cool little visual flair in game. But in canon, it has never once happened. You can't Digistruct flesh. You can only Digistruct mechanical shit. And when you Digistruct that mechanical shit, it cannot be like another mechanical thing that already died and bring it back. It's just a totally new thing. So like characters like Flack cannot just continuously come back over and over again. If you built a Flack with the Digistruct, it would be a whole new Flack that would not have the memories of the previous Flack. That's how Digistruct works in lore. Okay, last argument with Borderlands, and this is a big one. People were saying that I did not mention all of the highest tier characters of the Borderlands world. This would be characters like the Destroyer, the Guardians, that one fucking word I can't pronounce, starts with an A. They were introduced during the Tales series. Anyway, I didn't talk about any of these beings. So the Destroyer, I didn't talk about on purpose. The Destroyer is a galaxy destroying entity, but it doesn't work for anyone. It just destroys everything. So releasing the Destroyer would kill themselves as well as demons. So it wouldn't really be a victory. It would be like an attempt at a stalemate to release it. And while releasing the Destroyer would be a bigger threat against the demons than the demons otherwise would have against, say, just the Sirens, it still wouldn't be enough to kill them. Like I said, the Destroyer is talked about as being a galaxy level entity, whereas many of the Doom demons are universal entities, and the strongest Davith is a multiversal entity. So they'd still just bitch slap the Destroyer. Another one I didn't bring up is the Anihatium. Anihatium. This is the one that was introduced during the Tales series, and basically I was being told that it says in the lore that the Anihatium can warp reality on a universal scale. That sound familiar to anyone? The Icon of Sin can do that. Like, that was the big thing. Like, just him existing within a universe warped all of reality across the whole universe and would lead to the complete destruction and breakdown of that universe. That's what makes the Icon of Sin so dangerous. He could literally just stand there in your universe and your universe will still fucking destroy itself. So even if I go as far as to say that the Anihatium is equivalent to that of the power of the Icon of Sin, which I would argue against because I think passive universal reality warping without even trying is better than like having the ability to engage it. But I understand that's arguable. The Icon of Sin is not the strongest Titan. The strongest Titan is talked about as being already killed by the Doomslayer, and the game just calls him Titan, but I found out in the last couple weeks that the fan base calls him Champion because understandably it's dumb to call a Titan by the name Titan. So from this point on, I'm going to call him Champion too. Anyway, Champion is stated to be the strongest and largest of all the Titans, and Doom Guy killed him way before the events the game even starts. Actually, it would be really cool if we get to see it in the new Doom the Dark Ages game. That'd be a cool fucking fight to see. My point is that this anti-Hatum people, even if their power is equivalent to the Icon of Sin, there are still stronger Titans out there. Now, we don't know how many, and admittedly, the Icon of Sin might be the second strongest Titan of all time. Maybe he's right under Champion. That's possible. But even if that is the case, there are a ton of demon lords that exist within Hell that have been written about in lore books and art books, and Hugo Martin has actually talked about releasing a Doom Bible that's going to go over all the lore in way more detail than the games have been able to. But yeah, they've released pictures of like what the demon lords are supposed to look like, and some of them are really cool. I actually think that the final boss of Ancient Gods should have been a demon lord, not Davith, because it was a DLC and the Davith boss fight was very underwhelming. But even if Anti-Hatium is able to defeat the Icon of Sin, they still have to defeat someone vastly more powerful after that with the demon lords and then Davith. And lastly, we have the Guardians, who are able to fuck with time. They can go back and forth within time and alter the timeline any way they want. So would all the time shenanigans work? No. You'd have the same issues you had with Time Splitters. For one, the demons are higher beings that exist outside of time. They were created before time even existed. They don't register time the same way that other people do. If you change shit within the timeline, it's not going to affect them. They're just going to see the time change around them and be like, the fuck's going on? This is shown with the Cyber Demon fight in Doom 2016, where he remembers the fight that he had with Doom Guy in an alternate timeline. Despite the fact that they haven't fought yet in this timeline, the Cyber Demon did not register the change in the events of time. He didn't care about it. So anything the Guardians do to try and alter time will not affect the demons. It'll affect everything around the demons, and maybe they can use that to their advantage, but it won't affect the demons themselves, as both beings exist above time. Now, it was stated by one person in the comments that the sirens are stated to be a causality or something. I'm not a scalar, I don't know these fucking words. And that basically going back in time and altering time cannot change a siren's existence. They will exist regardless of what time shenanigans you pull. So this will give the Guardians freedom to go back and change things without having to worry about altering the sirens. But again, you wouldn't be altering the demons either. In fact, Doom Guy and the demons both have that acausality bullshit as well. The comm maker is capable of looking into every single possible future, all timelines across all universes. She could see into all of them. It's one of her powers. And in the Doom universe, there are infinite timelines, which means there is no one thing that should be inevitable. Essentially, all possibilities should be possible with infinite timelines. This is stated stated within the game. But when the comic maker looked into the future, it terrified the shit out of her because she realized that across every timeline in infinite timelines, there was one constant. And that constant was that no matter what, the demons would invade and Doomguy would kill her. That was a constant across all timelines, all universes, regardless of any actions taken by anyone else. Basically, Doomguy's whole power is his will, and what he wills to happen will happen. That's how his power is described. He has the power of will. He can will his guns to be stronger. His strength and speed match that of his will. If he wills something to happen, it will happen. That is Doomguy's power. It's not just really fast and really strong at shooting guns. And while the demons don't have this power, and I'm not going to argue that they do, they are the only other thing in the timeline that is inevitable. No matter what, if they want to invade your universe, it's going to happen. It doesn't matter what you do in the timeline to change that. Because again, they are timeless beings and exist above time. So yes, my fuck up, I did not bring up the most powerful beings in the Borderlands universe, but it doesn't really make much of a difference. The vast majority of people within the Borderlands universe is getting wiped out relatively easily, and then you're going to have a couple of god level beings at the top who, again, it's going to take the top level beings of the Doom universe to take them out, but they're still going to get taken out. The Icon of Sin is very likely enough to take out all three, the Guardians, the Anti-whatever, and the Destroyer by himself, but even if he's not, you got the Dark Lord, you got the other Demon Lords, you have other more powerful Titans. Some of them actually have names and feats and shit, but as of now, it hasn't really been necessary to bring him up because nobody's really come up that could match the Icon of Sin, so no reason to bring up anyone else. But that's gonna be all from me. I hope you enjoyed the video, and you know, repeating all the bullshit, like, subscribe, share, all that kind of stuff. And always remember, y'all stay safe out there, you hear? Why, hello everybody, how are you doing today? I know some of you guys had to return back to school, and I'm very, very sorry about that. But hopefully this can bring some sunshine to your day, some pep in your step, some growth to your boner. So there's been this ongoing theme where every time I make a video about a comic book character, I get a bunch of comments saying that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to comic book characters. So I thought it would be a really good idea to make a video where I'm literally only talking about comic book characters so that I can annoy those people. Now, just to be clear, I don't actually consider most of these characters to be ripoffs. These are just characters that a lot of people consider to be ripoffs, and it's a pretty popular talking point to say that these characters are ripoffs. Like, I don't see how anyone can say that Thanos is a ripoff of Darkseid. I mean, they are virtually nothing alike. You're talking about a different appearance, different motivation, different backstory, different regular story, different power set. I mean, fuck, you can't even say that they're both intergalactic conquerors because one's a conqueror and the other one's not. They're essentially different in every way you could possibly think of. Thanos is about as similar to Darkseid as he is to Brainiac or any other alien type being who's in a ship and goes to planets to fuck them up. So I think people have a very low threshold for what they consider an actual genuine rip-off character. But even for characters that are kind of similar among Marvel and DC, I really don't hold it against them all that much. If you look at the writers for Marvel and writers for DC, they're usually the same writers. Like, you could take any one writer from Marvel and look at his catalog of comics that he's written, and you can pretty much guarantee he has also written a lot of comics for DC. So when you have a lot of the same writers that are jumping back and forth between these two companies, it makes sense that you're going to see a lot of similarities between the two universes. I mean, if you have someone who's writing for Captain America for 5 years, and then he moves over to DC and starts writing, I don't know, Batman or something, he might bring in some ideas that he had for his Captain America run into his DC universe, and he might make some characters that may be a little bit similar. But I don't necessarily think that means that they're just a straight up ripoff. I mean, it's literally the same people doing it. I think the only way to actually get around this is to get different writers for DC and different writers for Marvel, and then the universes will start to diverge and stop being so goddamn similar. But as long as you continue to share the same writers for both companies, yeah, they're going to be kind of fucking similar. You can't expect all these writers to just completely change their entire writing style because they're working for a different company. So if you saw the title and got a little bit annoyed that I was calling them ripoffs, just know that I don't really think that they're ripoffs, at least not all of them. And I get that that's just a part of the comic book writing culture. But I've wasted enough of your time. Let's get started. First up, we got Aquaman versus Namor. And you know all the stuff that I just said about ripoffs not really being ripoffs? Yeah, you can basically just throw all that shit in a dumpster because this one's really hard to defend. So going all the way back to, like, I think the late 30s, early 40s, I forget the exact year, Namor was created by Marvel. And he was this half Atlantean, half half-human outsider to Atlantis that eventually went and became the king of Atlantis and had all of these crazy underwater powers and shit. And I mean, yeah, you get where I'm going with this. Aquaman is basically an exact copy of the Submariner. It's almost like to a T the same character. The only things that were really different about the two is the design, personality, and they had a couple of different powers here and there. But the crazy part about it is that as the years went on and the characters evolved, you'd think that they would evolve to get like more different from each other, like one would go one way and another would go the other way, but that didn't really happen. They evolved to become more similar to one another, and they just started ripping off each other constantly throughout the years. Like, for instance, originally Aquaman had a trident. Namor didn't have a trident. Namor got a trident at one point in the comics, and for a while there, he had a trident as his main weapon, making him more like Aquaman. In fact, that trident had the same name as Aquaman's trident, to the point that DC actually had Aquaman lose the trident and get a new one with a different appearance and different name to make it less similar to Namor's trident, which I feel like they didn't have to do because that was Aquaman's trident first. But then to shit on their attempt of giving him the new trident to make them look a little different, they gave Aquaman like hydrokinetic powers, the ability to control water, which he didn't have originally. But Namor had that, so now their powers are even more similar than it was. But like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, evolve the characters in different directions. Why are you making them more similar? At this point, Marvel can't even point at DC and be like, y'all ripped us off, because they keep copying Aquaman just as much as Aquaman's copying them. It's really fucking crazy. Now, I'm not gonna say that no evolution that was given to the characters makes them different than one another. There are things that make them different, some of which are baffling and super annoying, and I'm gonna go over that right now. So as I said, a lot of their powers are very similar. They both have hydrokinesis. They can both breathe underwater. They are both stronger when in the water. All that stuff is the same shit. But what they did with Aquaman to make him different, which I absolutely despise, is they created this concept known as the clear. Sometimes it's called the blue, but it's mostly called the clear. And it's basically this all-powerful, like, universal cosmic force that binds all sea life together. And Aquaman now has control over the... Can comics please stop doing this? This is super annoying. Like, nothing in comics can just be a person with a power. It has to in some way be connected to some cosmic force or all-powerful ancient deity or some shit. You can't just have a dude with water powers. It has to be tied directly to the concept of ocean life itself that is this greater force, right? Like, the Flash can't just have super speed. He's actually connected to the speed force, and every single character who's a speedster in DC have to in some way be connected to this alternate universe fucking limitless force that is the speed. Like, just be fast. It's okay to just be fast. Flash is kind of the one that started that shit, but now everybody's fucking doing it. And we've gotten to the point that even characters who have, like, water-related powers are forcefully attached to this weird cosmic power. Like, it's odd. And the crazy part is that it doesn't actually make Aquaman any more powerful. It's not like he has universal levels of water powers. Like, what would that even look like? No, it's just some pointless shit that's added to the story that doesn't really change anything. It's just, like, extra flavoring. But it's not unique or interesting flavoring, because they're fucking doing it with everybody. Don't you worry, we're gonna run into it several more times in this video. So one thing that I know that people are gonna bring up pretty much immediately when it comes to Aquaman is that he's fought against Superman and he's fought against Wonder Woman. So he's gonna scale to the absolute greatest feats that Superman has ever done in the history of comics. No, he's not. Stop scaling shit like that. You can't do that. I've explained this a couple times. I'm going to explain it again, probably several more times after. Every single writer across comics has their own idea of what power level each character has. You'll have one storyline where Superman can blow up galaxies. You'll have another storyline where Superman struggles to blow up planets. It's just kind of the way shit works. And you can't just assume that because Aquaman and Superman are on par in a particular story that means they are across all of stories, or that Aquaman is generally that power level. For one, Superman is known to hold back when fighting people that he knows he can kill very easily. He has been known to throw fights because he doesn't want to kill the person he's fighting. And him fighting against a close friend like Aquaman, he is far more likely to throw the fight than to actually beat the living shit and murder Aquaman, which may be what he has to do. Wonder Woman is consistently said to be the most most skilled fighter on the Justice League. So how the fuck can someone compare Aquaman's fighting skill to Wonder Woman? You can't. It is consistent that she's better. So the only other alternative is that she wasn't trying to kill a friend of hers and a teammate. These two don't scale. Aquaman has never once in the history of comic books ever been able to blow up a planet or a sun or a fucking galaxy or any of that shit. He's not a cosmic level threat. He never has been. I am so sick of hearing this shit. People were giving me a shit about the last video I made because I said that Thanos' most reliable
He's close to
physical
Superman
feat
outside the
of power
water, to be
was
fair, but
blowing up a planet when clashing with Drax. And they're like, oh,
yeah,
that's
I don't think he'd
bullshit.
be able to.
He beat Galactus. I got like 5 or 6 comments saying that. Yeah, you know who else has beaten Galactus? Fucking everybody. The Thing beat Galactus. Kitty fucking Pryde beat Galactus. She punched him in the face like 10 times and almost knocked him the fuck out. Dr. Doom has beat Galactus. Squirrel Girl has beat Galactus. If you scaled every character based on who's beaten Galactus and who hasn't, you'd be scaling every single fucking character to multiversal. Here's the thing, man. Galactus is not multiversal 99.9% of the time. Yes, Thanos has knocked out Galactus. He's knocked him out with an energy blast. He's knocked him out by tricking him into colliding with a planet, and the planet hitting him in the face knocked him out. These are not multiversal feats. Galactus's power level scales wildly. He can be considerably weaker than planet level, and the reason for that is that when he eats planets, he doesn't literally eat it like a fucking taco. He absorbs the energy from the planet. That's how it works. It's not a feat of destruction. Physically speaking, Galactus does not always have to be a planetary being. So you saying that Thanos is more than planetary because he knocked out Galactus is a fucking worthless argument. It means nothing, because then you would also have to say that Kitty Pryde is of equivalent strength. I don't know if you've ever read a comic book, but no, the fuck she isn't. She doesn't even have any strength enhancements, and she was able to punch and nearly defeat Galactus. People constantly try to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to comics, but I feel like these people see one feat on a fucking respect thread or some shit and just go with it, and they ignore all of comic book history. Nobody who says that Thanos is stronger than I said he is because he knocked out Galactus has the right to say I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to comics. I'm sorry, but you haven't been paying the fuck attention. Galactus plays bitch mode often to many different characters. Alright, so back on topic. Aquaman fighting against Superman does not necessarily mean that he is Superman levels of power. He's not. He is consistently shown to be under Superman, and I don't care if he's fought against Superman. Pretty much everyone has fought against Superman at some point, and Superman has been beaten by characters who are considerably below him several times. Because again, Superman doesn't actually want to hurt or kill people. That is something that is nearly always written into his character. So how strong is Aquaman in reality? He lifted an ocean liner over his head. That was pretty good. He also lifted up a city block. Like he ripped a whole city block out of the ground and then just lifted it. And it was clearly like the heaviest shit he ever lifted. He was like sweating and made this like I have to shit face. And it was clearly an issue to lift this whole city block. And really that's it. That's basically his maximum strength feats right there. Like I said, he's never been a cosmic level being. So I don't understand why people try to argue that just because he's fought against Wonder Woman. But yeah, Aquaman's pretty powerful. The big thing that's really going to help him in this fight is that the whole thing about him having to get water every hour, that was basically completely eliminated in comics. He now can live on land without any real issues, and he's basically just as strong on land as he is in water. He gets a slight power boost in water, and he's definitely faster in water, but he's shown having pretty similar feats on land, and he's basically a on land and water type being now. He really doesn't get a bunch of additional weaknesses for not being in the water, which is not the case for Namor, who we're going to talk about right now. Namor actually does have a whole issue where if he's not wet for a particular amount of time, although the time is never directly stated, he can get super weak and eventually die. He has to get wet at some point. On top of that, he does have some powers that Aquaman doesn't have. Like, for instance, although very limited, he doesn't use it very often, he should have the powers of any sea creature that exists. He should also have those powers. Like, for instance, he has electric powers and his heals. At one point, he was able to, like, spray his heat stuff in someone's face and not push. Like, he has the powers of anything anything that lives in the water. He has echolocation, he can see in the dark, all kinds of shit. But the reason why I'm a little iffy on this one is that he doesn't really use them all that often. Like, you'd think he'd be able to do all sorts of crazy shit, like camouflage and all kinds of stuff. He doesn't really use it. It's been stated that he has the power of any sea life, but he doesn't really tap into it all that often. Every once in a while, he'll do something. He'll just pull out some crazy power that you've never seen him do before. You're like, oh shit, I forgot he could do that. And then it just goes away for like 15 years and you never see it again. So I don't really know how useful that's going to be for him. The only one he really uses often is the electric shit. He really likes to shock the fuck out of people. He likes the eel shit. And on top of that, he also has the power of flight, which he's got these little wings on his ankles. It looks fucking stupid, and for some reason it allows him to fly, and he can fly. And those are really the only two powers that he has, for the most part, that Aquaman doesn't also have. Like I said, they're very similar characters. His power is also not like stupidly tied to some universal level force for literally no reason. As for his strength, this is where Aquaman fans are probably going to be pretty annoyed with me. He is consistently shown to be considerably stronger than Aquaman. Before his massive power up, which he got in the new Marvel comics, he was capable of lifting up an entire island above his head. He literally just swam under it and swam and just lived the whole fucking thing. It was like a small country. That's significantly more than anything Aquaman has ever been shown to be able to lift. And that's before the power up. See, in current Marvel comics, if he's wet, his strength increases vastly more, like considerably, to the point that he's one of the strongest heroes in all of Marvel comics. Just some of the things he's shown being able to do in current comics includes beating the entire Avengers team by himself, which includes Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider, Captain Marvel, Asian Hulk, and Thor all at the same time. He's shown being able to fight against Sentry on par, against Thanos on par, against a lot of cosmic level beings on par. And you might be thinking, well, it's bullshit. Why can you use that, but you can't use the Aquaman against Superman? Because the Aquaman against Superman is an outlier. It's written into Superman's character that he doesn't want to hurt Aquaman. That's a permanent part of who he is as a character. And we already know the strength difference between Aquaman and Superman. We see it constantly. That's not necessarily the case with Namor. Namor doesn't beat Sentry. He doesn't beat Thanos because he can't, but he can stand up against them. And Sentry and Thanos are characters that will not hold back against Namor. As far as defeating the entirety of the Avengers, maybe you could say they held back, perhaps, but Namor defeats them so fucking casually that you can't even say that they threw the fight, because they put up no fight whatsoever. Like, he completely dominated them, and he was threatening to kill all of them. He was the villain of that story, basically. Even before New Age Marvel, Namor has been able to fight against Savage, Hulk, and Thor and be on par with those characters. Now, Hulk does beat Namor more than Namor beats Hulk, that's true, so I don't put him up to that level, but he has beaten Hulk. I think he beat him like 3 times and Hulk beat him like 4 times or something. It's pretty close, but Hulk generally wins. The idea is Hulk can be weak as fuck, but if his anger is high enough, he'll surpass basically anybody. That's like the whole idea. So it's sort of iffy. But Namor consistently fights equally with Thor, and Thor blows up planets pretty consistently. Like, Namor at his absolute lowest is still at least a low cosmic level threat, and you can't really say that about Aquaman. So who wins in a fight between Aquaman and Namor? Well, Namor is physically stronger. Speed is kind of irrelevant because Marvel and DC just don't give a fuck about speed. Sometimes characters are faster than light, sometimes characters are slow as shit and can't dodge bullets. It's all over the place. Every character can outspeed the Flash, and every character can be outsped by the Flash in both Marvel and DC. It's super fucking random. There isn't even any point in talking about speed. So the conclusion that I come to is that pretty much in any location, Namor defeats Aquaman relatively easily. Unless they're in a desert or someplace where there's absolutely no water they can get to, then Namor's power level drops below Aquaman, and really, even if it didn't, Aquaman just has to kind of outlast him, which he'll be able to do. But if they fight anywhere else, even on land, like in New York City or something, Namor will be able to find some kind of water source. In the comics, it doesn't even need to be water. At one point, he gave himself a strength boost by covering himself in blood, and it gave him a massive strength boost. He was able to defeat this enemy that was taking on the whole Avengers team by himself. I mean, if they're fighting in the middle of the boost, he was able to defeat strength boost by covering himself in blood, and it gave him a massive strength boost, and he was able to defeat this enemy that was taking on the whole Avengers team by himself. I mean, if they're fighting in the middle of New York City, he could just bust in the ground and swim in the sewer real quick, or just spray himself down with a fucking soda machine at a nearby McDonald's. It's really difficult to not be able to find any moisture around you. So overall, Namor wins. get mad about it. Up next, we have Hulk versus Solomon Grundy, and this is one of those ones that I don't understand why comparisons are made between them. Like, Solomon Grundy is a big-ass zombie with super strength, and the Hulk is a mad scientist who basically gave him, like, a Jekyll and Hyde sort of thing, where he has two different personalities that change back and forth. They're both big dudes with super strength. Like, I don't understand how they're similar at all. At least that's what I would have said if you asked me that question, I don't know, 5 years ago. Because for some fucking reason, both characters decided to link themselves to some cosmic force. Like I said, you're gonna see this a lot on this fucking list, where now their powers aren't just their powers. They have some greater why do you keep doing this? Please stop it. So Hulk is no longer just a mad scientist who basically has like gamma radiation that gave him the power to turn into a monster. It's not based in science anymore. It's magical and mystical and like multiversal thing. Gamma radiation, which exists in the real world, by the way, it's not made up for comics, is actually not just gamma radiation in Marvel. It is linked to hell itself, and it's a mystical thing. How fucking stupid. And Hulk is now a being that's like from hell, that was created by the one below all, which is like Marvel's Satan. Even though Marvel already had a Marvel Satan, they have actual Satan as well as Mephisto and a bunch of other characters that are Marvel Satan. But no, this is like super Marvel Satan. And Hulk now has power over life and death and can bring people back from the dead, and he can return from the dead himself and send people to hell and keep them in hell so they can't come back. And all this, he has power over life and death. And Solomon Grundy was now linked to this power called the Gray. Like, the clear was connected to all aquatic life, the Gray is connected to death itself. Solomon Grundy has power over death. He's connected to the Gray. So basically these two characters that were virtually nothing alike are now very fucking similar to one another, because both of their powers are linked directly to death and the afterlife, and they are mystical and like multiversal in nature for some fucking reason. Now I think Solomon Grundy is pretty badly slept on. A lot of people just think that he's like a big old zombie dude who fights against Superman, gets his ass kicked every once in a while, but he's actually really fucking powerful. First off, he's not actually a Superman villain. He's generally known as a Green Lantern villain, but every time he comes back, he also has a different personality, a different intelligence level, and a different strength level. So sometimes you'll see him be pretty shitty, where he can be taken on by Batman, but sometimes he'll come out and he'll be like a fucking cosmic level threat that has a large amount of mastery over the Gray that can just basically control death across an entire universe. It's really impressive sometimes. The only problem is for him to have this amount of power, it's really just a roll of the dice. Most of the time he comes back, he doesn't have his maximum power and intelligence and all that. It's pretty fucking random. Now again, if you would have asked me 5 years ago who would win this fight, I would actually sit here and have a decent conversation and comparing their abilities and all this kind of stuff, and we'd actually have a good talk about it, because Hulk and Solomon Grundy were a lot closer in power at that point. However, that was before Immortal Hulk fucked up Hulk's whole fucking lore and shit, and decided to add all this bullshit hell power magic, which basically makes him completely undefeatable in terms of him fighting against Solomon Grundy. He literally controls the door to hell. He can send people to hell. He can stop them from coming back from hell. He can come back from hell all he wants. He damn near one-shot the one below all. He is said to be, as a concept, the enemy of logic. He can just ignore logic and physics all he wants. He can punch black holes into non-existence. He can affect space and time with just his physical, like, punches and grabs and shit. He can regenerate from completely bodily destruction. If his soul is destroyed and he is erased from existence, it will be recreated, and he'll just come back into existence from complete non-existence. He can't be knocked out, killed, mind controlled, erased from existence. Basically, he's damn near impossible to put down permanently, or even temporarily. Like, it's really fucking wild how brokenly powerful they've made the Hulk. Do comic book writers think that making characters completely invincible makes them more interesting to read about? Because I gotta be honest with you, usually I feel the opposite. Hulk was vastly more interesting before Immortal Hulk came out. Like, you could literally put him against almost anyone in fiction, and he'll do pretty fucking well. Like, for fuck's sakes, he has adaption powers that allow him to come up with new powers on the spot if he runs into someone who can beat him. That's a power that he has. So even if he's not unbeatable and he doesn't have a stupidly overpowered ability that allows him to instantly defeat whoever he's fighting, guess what? It's written into the story that he can at any point he wants to. Any writer at any point can just give him whatever power they want to get him out of whatever fucking situation he finds himself in. And that's exactly what's gonna fucking happen here. Solomon Grundy, even at his most powerful, is a lot more grounded. You can fucking kill Solomon Grundy. He'll keep coming back from the dead because he's a zombie who keeps reviving, but you can fucking kill him. And it takes a little bit for him to come back. It's not instant, like the Hulk is. So basically what's gonna end up happening is Hulk is gonna kill Solomon Grundy. He's gonna send him to fucking hell because he has the power to do that. And then he's gonna close the green door behind him so Solomon Grundy can't come back. He will remove Solomon Grundy's ability to resurrect, something that Solomon Grundy cannot do to the Hulk. So there is no winning. Solomon Grundy can't possibly win this fight. That's just fucking stupid. People get mad when I say that Hulk can defeat Superman in the fight pretty easily. They always get so uppity about it. But how the fuck could Superman possibly win? What power does he even have that could possibly overcome Hulk? Like, there's nothing. He's too, like, the fuck. Hulk at this moment of the comics is essentially the strongest superhero that has ever been made in fiction. They made him too fucking powerful. He wins. And he wins very easily. Next up, we got Sentry versus Superman. And this is another one that I think you kind of have to stretch the meaning of ripoff in order to call Sentry a ripoff of Superman. I mean, he's clearly inspired by Superman, obviously, but it's almost like the opposite of a ripoff. Because it seems like every single creation decision they did to create the Sentry, they basically looked at Superman and tried to do the exact opposite. It's almost like they were using Superman as a what not to do to create a superhero. He flies around, he's got the cape, he has the S. But you know what? We're gonna move his S down to his dick instead because Superman has his S on his chest. And Superman is created with a bunch of cool colors. We're gonna make Sentry with more like a warm color pattern. And Superman has black hair, we're gonna give Sentry blonde hair. And Superman is a purely good hero who's a beacon of hope. And we're gonna make Sentry super fucked up and give him like this dark evil entity inside him that just goes off and murders a bunch of people. And he's gonna have a bunch of fucking mental health issues. Superman gets his powers from the sun and gets stronger the closer he is to it and the more outside he is. And Sentry is gonna be an agoraphobe who actually is terrified of the outside world and stays in his like little shack in the woods and never wants to come out. Like they're literally opposite characters. But before I get started telling you of which one of these opposite characters beats the shit out of the other opposite character, I kind of have to touch on some stuff that people were really annoyed about in my Goku video where I had Superman beating Goku. So people were really upset in that because I said in that video that Superman does not have the powers of every single Superman, that you can't use just an amalgamation Superman because it doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of those feats he doesn't actually have. And people argued with me saying, no, current Superman is actually an amalgamation of every Superman from every universe combined into one. So you're actually wrong, and the exact opposite of what you said is right. Fuck you. And what I have to say about that is, where'd you read that? On a wiki? Because that's not what happened. Yes, a bunch of different versions of Superman from a bunch of different universes did all come together and form into one Superman, and he got a massive power increase. That's true. But that's not what I argued. I specifically used examples like Cosmic Armor Superman and Superman 1 million. And it is specifically stated that those versions are not a part of It was not every single version of Superman across comics. What I was arguing was not that all of the different universe versions are not in one person. Cosmic Armor Superman is not an alternate reality version. That's Prime Earth Superman when he's wearing cosmic
I'm arguing
armor.
with them.
He doesn't have the cosmic armor. He doesn't get the power boost from wearing the cosmic armor. Cosmic Armor Superman feats cannot be applied to current Superman. Superman 1 million is not one of the versions of Superman that was combined into the main version. That is specifically stated. So yes, Superman got a big buff by having a bunch of other Supermans come into one. It's not every single one of them. It is specifically stated that many versions, generally the most powerful versions, are not a part of this current Superman. So no, what I said was not wrong. Cosmic Armor Superman literally had the power to rewrite his own story. He was not only aware that he was in a comic book, but he like had fucking story manipulation and reality manipulation, and like he had the power to write the comic he was in. The current Superman in the comics doesn't have that ability, and you can't prove he does. So stop fucking lying. Also, what the fuck are you guys getting so mad about? In the video of Superman versus Goku, I said Superman would win. What are you mad because he didn't win as strongly as you wanted him to? Fuck you! Motherfuckers can just never be happy. Like, how you get mad that you won, but just, like, not as well as... Like, I wanted to dominate. I wanted to shit on his mother's corpse. I didn't want to just beat him like a normal fucking person. So how strong is Superman? Well, he's fucking Superman. I mean, you know Superman's powers. Everybody knows Superman's powers. It's just agreeing on exactly what level those powers come to. And a lot like Savage Hulk, it's very dependent on certain factors. Like, Hulk's is specifically related to his levels of rage. Superman is specifically related to the amount of solar energy he has in his cells. There isn't a whole lot he's shown to be able to be weaker than, like, even planetary level. But if he's sun-dipped, or he's straight up just has a lot of fucking solar energy in his body, he can basically do anything the writer wants him to do. He's capable of taking two separate universes and, like, pushing them together so that they become one universe. At one point when he was fighting another version of Superman, their clash almost destroyed the universe they in, much like how Goku beat the Theorist. It's been stated very recently that Superman has gotten so powerful that concepts like time, space, and death just straight up don't apply to him anymore. He's not actually capable of being killed. Like, he's just a very powerful cosmic threat that kind of gets somewhere around low multiversal when he has, like, the full power of the fucking solar energy in his cells. And he's got all that classic bullshit. Heat vision, freeze breath, fly, super strength, super speed, yeah, all the usual stuff. Peace, Superman people. I should not have to talk about this for the next 15 minutes. When you hop over onto the other side, it gets a little more complicated. Sentry's powers are a little less simple. He has powers over all molecules and energy sources, so he can basically just do whatever. He's been known to develop powers out of nowhere just by changing his molecules to give him new powers. At one point, he had all of the molecules in his body completely eradicated, and he was just straight up erased, and he somehow recreated his molecules out of nothingness and came back into existence. So he can come back from existence erasure. He's been capable of beating the shit out of Galactus, but again, so is everybody else. Join the club. He can control people's minds. He can create objects out of nothingness. He can erase objects into nothingness. Like I said, if I sit here listing powers, I'd be listening forever because he really just does whatever the writer wants him to do. It's very similar to how Superman used to be written back in the 80s when writers would just make up fucking powers for one issue and then they would just go away. Except in this particular case, there's actually an explanation for it, as Sentry is capable of manipulating his molecules. And that's their explanation for how he just comes up with powers on the fly. The only real weaknesses the character has is his own mental state. Basically, if his mind is, like, super fucked up, he can become weaker. Although, I don't 100% buy into that because all of his best feats have been done when his mental state is, like, super fucked up. Like, he destroyed all of Asgard and defeated Thor and fought the entire Asgardian army when his mental state was at its worst. He ripped apart Ares, the god of war, when his mental state was at its worst. Basically, all the times he's done the most incredible shit is usually when his mental state's fucked up. But a lot of the people who read the comics always say the same thing. His mental state being fucked up makes him weaker. I don't really see it 100% that way, and I don't think that quite holds water. There was this one thing that happened relatively recently in comics where he fought against Null, who's like the god of symbiotes, and Null ripped him in half and actually, like, successfully destroyed him. And a lot of people call bullshit because we know he can come back from complete non-existence, but for some reason he didn't instantly come back from this. And it was one of those moments that you hate in comics where you have a new guy come in and they beat the shit out of the strongest old dude, so you know just how dangerous they are. But in this case, it really didn't make a whole lot of sense, so you kind of have to just assume he has the ability to keep Sentry from coming back. Although that's never said in a comic, it's really just an inconsistency. But for the purposes of just sense, we're gonna have to say that Sentry was somehow halted from returning by Null. He did eventually return, so it wasn't even like permanent, but then again, nothing in comics is ever permanent. You know, I need to stop beating up on comic writing. People are gonna think I don't like comics at this point, but a lot of stupid shit happens in these books. Anyway, if you pitch Superman against Sentry, what exactly is gonna happen? Well, that's super dependent, but I think there's really only one possible ending to the actual fight. Right out the gate, without any of the sun absorption stuff, Superman's gonna start losing. He has to actually get that sun and become this insanely powerful being that he is. Otherwise, there isn't even really a fight to be had. Once he does get that and he goes and he actually starts fighting Sentry, now it's going to be quite a bit closer, and he may actually even start dominating Sentry, as Sentry is capable of destroying the universe. This is stated multiple times, and there's even other timelines where he just straight up does. In fact, it's usually Void Sentry that does it, and Sentry is stated to be stronger than Void, so he should be above Universal pretty easily. So you basically have a low multiversal being against a high universal to possibly low multiversal being. So overall, it would be very close fight. The main issue here is that neither is capable of killing the other. Again, Superman is above the concept of death, and he has no way of permanently killing Sentry, as he can just keep bringing himself back to life. You're basically going to have like an infinite slugfest with both characters pulling out a bunch of different random fucking powers that they can just invent off the top of their heads to try and take out the other person. But here's the reason, and I know this is going to piss off Superman fans, that Superman can't really win this fight. It's because of how his powers work. You could say all you want about how unstoppable and how amazing, how awesome Superman is, but the fact of the matter is that they just had two different storylines back to back in DC Comics, one in 2022 and one this fucking year, where Superman lost all of his fucking powers because he lost solar energy from his cells. Sentry has power over molecules and all forms of energy. If he discovers that Superman is capable of absorbing solar energy, he is capable of removing that energy from Superman's body, completely depowering him. This is exactly what happens to Superman in World War Apocalypse, a storyline that just came out in 2022, as well as Superman Absolute Power, which just came out this year. This happens to Superman all the fucking time. It is a major weakness for him. And Sentry is capable of casually doing this. He's done similar things to other people in the past. And the fact that Sentry's power isn't specifically tied to any real source, it's just based on his mental state, Superman doesn't really have a way of doing the same thing to him. Now, you can say that Sentry can't ever do this to Superman because Superman is above time and space and all that shit, but you know what? So is Sentry. They never say it out loud, but he fights against characters who are above space and time all the fucking time. If you're a cosmic level character in Marvel and DC, that's kind of a given. Characters like Silver Surfer, the Chaos King, Odin, Galactus, all these characters are above the concept of space and time. Most of them create whole universes outside of space
I know,
and time.
I'm just
where
saying,
it
it's
doesn't even
crazy.
fucking exist. Like, this is a common thing, and Sentry has fought against and beaten pretty much all of them at some point or another. So him fighting against a character that's above space and time isn't really a new thing.
Damn.
And Superman's whole I'm above death bullshit is only the case if he has the solar power in his cells. Once they're taken away, as shown in Superman Absolute Power, he's just like a dude. He's a normal person at that point. He loses all that. There's no version of Superman where that's not the case. And before you try to use the argument that Sentry himself releases rays of light that will empower Superman at all times and make him stronger, no, that's not actually true. They're not actually UV radiation that comes off of Sentry. Sentry's whole thing where it's like he has the power of 1 million exploding suns, that's just like a cool way of saying he's super powerful. It's been confirmed multiple times that it's actually not UV. It has nothing to do with the sun. It's not related to stars in any particular way. And even if it was, Sentry has been shown turning that light off during fights. Like I said, he manipulates his molecules in all manner of different ways to have whatever kind of power or appearance or whatever he wants to. Sometimes his power is more based around darkness than it is light, because it's just however he feels at the particular moment in time. The only way that I see Superman defeating Sentry is if he's somehow mentally, like, not right. And I don't mean like he's kind of fucked up in the head, because he can be pretty fucking powerful doing that, but he has to actually believe lesser in himself to the point that he can't use his power. Like, he basically has to be in a deep, deep depression or something like that, so that his powers diminish to the point of just making him a regular person. Because there are times in the comics where he's so down that he's actually not even capable of using any of his powers because it's so heavily tied to his mental state. But if Superman doesn't have any way of actually causing that mental state within him, which he doesn't, because Sentry has a very, very high resistance to any form of mental manipulation. Also, Superman doesn't really have any way of knowing that that's how his powers work. Like, it's not as obvious as Superman being able to go into the sun and absorb solar radiation. Like, Sentry can actually witness that happening. He can see the sun empowering Superman. In fact, Sentry should be able to actually see the solar radiation inside of Superman's body. He is capable of seeing energy sources. So other than that very unlikely scenario, I just don't see Superman beating Sentry in this particular fight. Last up, but certainly not least, we have Deadpool versus Deathstroke. And finally, I get to talk about a normal fucking fight. Nothing's over the top or ridiculous. It's just two dudes fighting with swords and guns to the death. Simple, easy peasy kind of stuff. Love it. That is my kind of shit. So, what is the deal with these characters? Up first, Deadpool. He's a fucking ninja assassin dude who's like really stupidly overpoweredly skilled, and Thanos took away the concept of death from him, so he can never actually die. Never mind. We're still doing the stupid shit. Okay. Yeah, so basically everybody knows Deadpool shit. He has insane levels of regeneration. You can cut him up in little pieces, blow him up, cut his head off, turn him into a fucking puddle. He doesn't die. He comes do believe that in the comics they actually removed his whole death concept thing from him. That's actually something that did happen, so I could take it away for this fight, but he's generally known as that's like his whole thing. And at some point, to be honest with you, it's probably going to come back, because that's his whole deal. In all of his comics, the whole point of his comics is that he's just this cartoony, over-the-top dude who can't die and knows he's in a comic book and all that sort of shit. It's just, that's the version of Deadpool everyone knows, so that's the version I'm going to use. And honestly, it's really not going to make much of a difference in this anyway, because over on Deathstroke's side, he has a sword called the God Killer, and the God Killer sword is a sword that he doesn't always use, but he does still have it in the comics and can use it anytime he wants to. It's a big-ass fucking sword that was made by the Olympic god of weapon crafting, Hephaestus, and it basically allows him to kill immortal beings. He can kill gods, he can kill beings that are above death or don't have the concept of death. It basically kills anyone he wants to kill. So essentially, Deadpool's whole I can't die bullshit doesn't really matter. It's completely irrelevant. Now, having said that, Deadpool does have a Chitauri cannon, which has the ability to erase someone from existence and erase them from every timeline and the entire history of the timeline they're in across the entire multiverse with a single shot. Can you just have like normal guns, dude? Like, can we just do normal shit? I just want one fucking fight where everything's just normal. So basically what you have is two super ninja assassins with really insane healing factors that can't die, but both have weapons that could like permanently put down the other. So, you know, really it kind of is just like a normal fight for the most part. Now, generally speaking, Deadpool has a much better healing factor than Deathstroke does. Usually Deathstroke cannot come back or heal from like having organs damaged or having a whole limb being lost. Like, he's still hasn't been able to grow his eye back, although I know there's reasons for that. It's relax. Don't freak out. The point is that his healing factor is just not like Wolverine, Deadpool levels of healing factor. But the God Killer sword does completely remove that as a concept, which kind of makes it a little strange, because Deadpool's weapons, at least his swords, don't have the same effect on Deathstroke that Deathstroke's weapons will have on Deadpool. So, despite Deadpool's healing factor being significantly more, for this particular fight, Deathstroke's healing factor is actually going to be a lot more useful. And also, it's important to note that the Chitauri cannon that Deadpool has is not something that he usually carries around in his arsenal. He does have this like bag that he can put his hand in. It's like a pocket dimension. He can just pull out whatever item that he has, and he does have that Chitauri cannon, so at some point he can pull it out in the middle of the fight and use it, but chances are it's not going to be his go-to weapon. But really the main reason why Deadpool, I don't personally believe, can actually win this fight is because Deathstroke is just a far better fighter than Deadpool is. Like, consistently. There are very few characters that can beat Deathstroke in a hand-to-hand fight. Batman struggles with him. Even the greatest fighters in all of DC struggle really badly when it comes to fighting Deathstroke. Deadpool is a very skilled fighter, but he's perfectly okay with being sliced up, cut, blown up. Because he's aware that he can't die and damage doesn't really do anything to him, he's sort of gotten not very good at actually defending against attacks. He doesn't care if someone hits him. Like, he'll actually talk on the phone while fighting someone and let them slice him to shit, and it just doesn't bother him at all. And then he'll kill them while on the phone and just continue on with his day. He goofs off a lot. He doesn't really take fights very seriously, and he's just kind of this fucking cartoon character. Against someone like Deadpool wielding a weapon like the God Killer that can actually kill Deadpool in a single hit, Deadpool's gonna fucking die, especially if he doesn't know that shit. He's gonna go in there the same way that he always is. He's gonna fight a guy who is significantly more skilled than him in combat, and the first time that sword hits him, Deadpool is going to instantly realize, oh fuck, this dude can actually kill me. He's gonna have to get over himself and actually start getting serious. And that's if that first hit isn't fucking fatal, which, knowing Deadpool, it probably will be. Like, Deadpool's the type of guy who will just stand there and let a dude chop his head off just for a joke. I don't see any possible way that Deadpool can win this fight. But okay, I know I'm giving Deathstroke the victory, very heavily based on Deadpool just not being aware of what Deathstroke can do. So if Deadpool does know what Deathstroke can do, does know that that sword will kill him, will that change the outcome of the fight? No, I don't really believe it will. Like I said, even at his absolute best, Deathstroke is a better fighter than Deadpool. Deadpool, even knowing what Deathstroke has, probably won't pull out the Chitauri cannon first thing, but even if he does, Deathstroke will be capable of reacting to it and dodging it. I mean, Deathstroke has taken out the entirety of Team Flash with just pure skill. Like, it's pretty insane the stuff that Deathstroke has been able to do. The fact is that in superhero comics like this, a character with a sword is more impressive than a character with a gun. If Deadpool pulls out the Chitauri cannon and shoots at Deathstroke, he'll dodge the shot, and he'll be able to dodge the shot a lot and make it up close to Deadpool. Deadpool's gonna have to pull out a sword and sword fight him, and if he does, he's gonna fucking lose. Deathstroke is significantly better than him, and for the first time in Deadpool's pretty much entire comic book history, he's actually gonna have to feel some level that he can die in a fight, which is something he hasn't dealt with in, I don't know, decades at this point. There are weapons that Deadpool has gone up against that have harmed him to the point that he can't heal right, but he won't die. He just won't be able to heal right for a while, and he'll just joke about it or whatever, and everything will continue as is. But he hasn't met a weapon that can legitimately fucking kill him in a single strike, which is exactly what the God Killer can do. So yeah, Deathstroke wins, and is it kind of reliant on the fact that he has the God Killer sword? Yeah, it is. That's true. Without it, he'd have a much harder time for sure. But honestly, even without it, Deadpool has lost fights before, even with his death-defying abilities. And Deathstroke is a good enough fighter that he could probably come up with some way of actually doing it, whether it be like knocking him out or chaining him up or whatever. I mean, he's got other ways of taking out immortal characters, especially one that he's so far superior than. But that's gonna be it for me. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, share, and join the membership. Remember, if you join the membership, you get videos early. Bro, I am getting so fucking good at that. And always remember, you stay safe out there, you hear? Hello, brother. I'm about to rip this Doom video a new one. So sit back and enjoy and watch the main man do his thing. I'm just being stupid. So as always, a couple of announcements before we begin. I'd like to get that shit off the table right at the start. Number one, a response to comments video is coming on the Doom video part 1. I'm just giving
Yeah,
it
probably
time to
getting
let the
swept.
comments build
Here's
up,
Russian
but I
manager
have
and I'm like,
something to respond
we're
to.
no
So
different,
don't
these
worry
assholes.
and keep commenting all your thoughts and stuff like that on that first video that you might have. If there is a good correction in there in my response video, I will correct myself. And if there is an argument I disagree with, I will tell you that you are full of shit and why. Number two, if you were watching
Damn,
this video,
Uber Eats
you have
really
not
stepped up
seen
their game, didn't they?
and you don't know anything about the Doom series,
Chico vs. Doom is so good.
whatever, you might want to check out the first video I made, part 1, because there I go over everything you need to know about the Doom series so that you can understand what exactly these heroes are going up against. You can still watch this video if you want, but you might be a little fucking confused. Just something to be aware of. That's it. Enough wasting your time. Let's get started. And first up on the chopping block is Time Splitters, and this fucking sucks. I love Time Splitters. I don't want them to fucking die, but that's exactly what's going to happen. When I added them to the list, I hadn't played this game in like 10, 15 years. So I didn't quite remember exactly everything that they were capable of. So I did have to do a little bit of research. And as I was researching, I realized that this universe is the first one I've done in this whole series that gets like negative points in terms of how good they're going to do. They wouldn't even do as well against the demons as our real world Earth. It's that fucking
Really?
bad. Now, does that mean that this universe is weaker than our real world Earth? No, it doesn't. It is stronger, but just let me explain. So how strong is the universe? Well,
Why is it getting negative
stronger
points
than
then compared to
machines,
Earth?
and we know that because in like 2300 or 2200, I don't remember the exact
Regular
game,
Earth.
they had the machine wars where people had to fight against a bunch of big ass robots. Their guns are capable of damaging the robots. Sergeant Cortez, the main character, who's the strongest character in the game, is also capable of punching the robots to death. That's it. That's their biggest strength feat, is that they can fight against beings
Really?
made of metal. As far as physical strength and destructive power goes, that
Crazy.
doesn't even put them on the same league as like the weakest of the demons. All demons can like rip through metal. That's not a fucking special thing in the Doom universe. That's a very basic feat. If you can't rip through metal in a Doom universe, you don't fucking belong here. But their physical power is not the reason why I thought they would be a good addition. The reason I thought they would be a good addition is because of all the crazy time bullshit. So in the universe
That's
of Time
fair.
Splitters, there are these creatures called Time Splitters, and they're basically these alternate dimensional beings that are capable of traveling to any time period, any dimension they want to, across the entire multiverse, and basically they just want to eradicate all of human life. So Earth takes a faction of their military, specifically a Marine faction, and basically says, okay, you guys' whole job is to fight against the Time Splitters. So they got a bunch of these things called time crystals that allow them to travel through time, and they give it to the Marines, and then the Marines can basically travel at any point all across history to fight against the Time Splitters. That's essentially the story of Time Splitters. So every level of the game, Sergeant Cortez goes into a different time period, to try and deal with whatever the fuck kind of issue is going on there. Usually having to collect the time crystal because the time splitters really like stealing that shit. And that's the game. Sergeant Cortez has a couple of cool powers. He can use telekinesis with this little fucking computer thing he has on his wrist. He has a bunch of futuristic sci-fi guns, although admittedly not particularly out of the box. They're pretty basic guns. They're literally just called sci-fi guns, like sci-fi machine guns, sci-fi shotgun, etc., etc. He can fight against ghosts and other beings that you normally can't touch with the ghost gun. And he's very physically skilled in terms of being like just a good soldier. So the reason why the Time Splitters universe is so fucked, even more so than our real world, is because they have the ability to open up these portals all across time and do it often. So one of the rules in the Doom universe about how the demon invasion works is that they cannot invade any universe unless they are physically invited there. And how they are invited is that someone opens up a portal to hell. Once that portal is open, they now have access and they can teleport anywhere within that universe at any time because you just gave them access, basically. Hell exists outside of time and space, and the demons themselves are timeless beings. This is shown quite a few times in the story. Things like the Cyber Demon in Doom 2016 hunting down Doom Guy wanting revenge for their previous fight, despite the fact they haven't previously fought in this timeline. They fought in a totally different timeline, so he really shouldn't even remember their fight, but he does because he's a timeless being. They interact with time very differently. Anyway, the reason why the Doom Demons always appear on Mars first at the particular time that the UAC is trying to open up portals to other worlds is because that is the point in time where they are invited. That is the only time that the demons have access to in the Doom universe. So in this video series, I always try to have it so that the demons come to this universe when that universe is at their peak of power. The problem with the Time Splitters universe is because they're constantly opening up holes in other dimensions and other time periods. That means whenever I say that is the strongest point with the Time Splitters universe that the demons have access to, they will also automatically have access to any point in time within the Time Splitters timeline, basically. You can have demons just appear in front of fucking Mayan Native Americans or ancient Egypt because all of the Time Splitters universe is connected via portals through time. Essentially, the Time Splitters time travel that would normally be such a good thing for their verse to help them survive because they can keep traveling back in time and altering events actually hurts them against the demons, because since the demons are timeless beings, they will see what's happening in the Time Splitters universe across all of time, and Sergeant Cortez will not be able to go back in time at any point and change events so that the demons aren't aware of it. They will see every change in time that he tries to do, and every time he does open up a portal farther back in time, that will give the demons access to that point as well. And the Time Splitters themselves have absolutely no limit to what time period or dimension that they can travel to. If a single one of them are taken over by the corruption and turn into a demon itself, that will give this power to the demons. Demons will now be able to freely go to any universe, any dimension, any time period of any universe they want to completely freely. So basically, them being introduced to the Time Splitters universe will make the demons infinitely more dangerous because the one limiter that they have will be completely fucking gone. The Time Splitters universe is completely fucked. Due to all of their time shenanigans, they have absolutely no chance in hell of ever possibly winning. There is literally no argument that can be made for them. Their guns aren't strong enough to take out even the weakest demons in the verse, and they will not be able to use any of their time travel shit without giving the demons access to all points of time within their fucking universe. How could they possibly win? They can't. They're fucked. It sucks. I know. Next up, we have Mass Effect. Boy, oh boy, I haven't talked about Mass Effect in a long time. Not since I made that video about how racist it was and how that was awesome. I should probably explain that a little bit and give more context to that statement, but I'm not going to. Anyway, I've had some conversations with people about this before where people have told me that Mass Effect is one of the weakest sci-fi universes possible. Like, they're not even capable of traveling at light speed with their ships without help. The mass relays, which they didn't create, those were created by the Reapers, and just overall, they're pretty fucking weak. But that's only if you just play the game and don't really read into the lore and what all those crazy abilities you use actually do. Because when you actually see how the technology works, it's pretty goddamn impressive. Well, at least comparatively to what it originally seemed. So just to give some examples, those mass relays that you see that allow ships to drive into them and travel at light speed, those mass relays are inside of all of the guns throughout the entire Mass Effect universe. They're literally called mini mass relays. And the lore states that every bullet that is fired passes through this mass relay and travels at near light speed. It doesn't say light speed, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. Even even if it was, you know, 10% or 20%, that's considerably faster than the guns of pretty much any other universe, unless you're using a light speed laser type weapon. But no, these are like bullets, metal bullets, that are traveling at near light speed every time they fire it. That on its own is pretty fucking good. But then you add on top all the crazy biotic abilities, and then it gets even better. Like Singularity, which allows them to make a gravity field that basically sucks in all enemies and just fucks them up in this weird gravity distortion. Or all the different ammo types that exist within the world, like Disruptor ammo that is specifically designed to destroy any sort of kinetic shields, or Inferno ammo that burns so hot that it burns through any substance that exists within the Mass Effect universe. You have Warp ammo that disrupts gravity and is made specifically to shoot through gravity fields, which, by the way, biotics can create. They can create gravity fields around themselves as a sort of shield. Basically, anything that comes near them gets pushed back by this incredibly intense outward push of gravity that comes off their body. All the crazy tech and hacking abilities that they have, which, by the way, unlike Cyberpunk that I talked about in my last video, is shown being able to hack into things that do not have a wireless connection. So they can hack into basically any machine. They can hack into your fucking toaster if they wanted to. There really is some good shit in the Mass Effect universe that can help them being invaded by many different types of demons. Not the Doom demons, though, so it's a real shame that that's the one they're up against. Now, I'll assume that all this stuff is pretty good against a normal enemy. I just kept running into instances where they just weren't that useful against the demons. The main ammo type that is meant to go through flesh in the Mass Effect universe is Inferno ammo. That's the best ammo you can use. Hot enough to burn through anything. Steel, diamond, you name it. Well, the problem with that is that the demons are super fucking hot. Not like fine or sexy. I mean, like, they're physically very hot. They're shown walking through a pool of magma on multiple instances. And the vast majority of the demons in their ranks have argent energy flowing through their veins, which is hotter than that magma. So they have a very, very high heat tolerance. And I just don't see Inferno ammo doing all that much damage. At least not the same amount of damage that it would normally do in its own game. That goes the same for things like radiation ammo, because the demons are filled with radiation from the Argent. You have things like the Biotic Shield, which sounds really great in principle, right? It has this gravity field that pushes everything away. Even bullets that are flying at near light speed are not capable of getting through this field, except for the fact the gravity field only works on things that are traveling really, really fast. It is specifically designed that way, and has to be, because if it just repelled everything, then it would repel things like air and oxygen. Again, this is written in the lore. If you walk up to someone and punch them in the face, even if they have a biotic field around them, you're gonna fucking hit them, because your fist isn't traveling fast enough for that biotic field to register it as a threat, or, you know, a life-ending threat. This means that the vast majority of the demons who use melee attacks will be completely unimpeded by the biotic fields. You're essentially wasting your time even having it. Now, while I do think a lot of their arsenal is basically made useless against the demons, there are some things that are still good. Like the fact that bullets travel that fast means that you can pretty much damn well guarantee they're probably going to go through the demon's flesh. That's just a massive amount of force to put into that small of an area. On top of that, the demons that do have energy shields around them, those energy shields can be taken care of with the Mass Effect Disruptor ammo, which is meant to take out energy shields. But the problem with that is that the vast majority of demons do not have energy shields, so it's only going to be helpful in very specific instances, like going up against the Doom Hunter, in which case you're going to have way bigger problems. And the demons are shown capable of continuing on and fighting, even showing no pain from getting all of their fucking flesh and muscle torn off. They can basically just be a fucking skeleton with bare minimum amount of muscle and still move around trying to kill you. So even though those bullets are going to damage them, it's not going to do enough surface damage to chew away at all of their organs and skin and flesh to the point that they just can't move anymore. In Doom guys' guns blow these motherfuckers to pieces. And while the Mass Effect universe has some guns that are capable of doing that, the vast majority are machine guns, shotguns, pistols, things that just don't have that much destructive power. Even if they're traveling at near light speeds, and they're going to have a lot of penetration ability, they're not going to explode these motherfuckers from the inside out and blow them up into enough pieces that they will not be able to still come at you. This isn't even counting units like the Titans, of which they have a fucking army of, or the bosses, or the Icon of Sin, or any of the really higher ups, who could essentially solo the entire universe by themselves. So let's back up a bit. I always send these demons at the point of the story that they're at their most strong. So what is the most strongest point of the Mass Effect storyline? That will be the very end of Mass Effect 3, right before the Reaper invasion, when Shepard has spent 3 games building up tons and tons of allies, preparing the galaxy to fight against the Reapers. So the demons are going to invade before the Reapers get there, but after Shepard had already built his army and brought the entire galaxy together as one massive fighting force. So we've already covered that when the demons show up, they're going to fucking eradicate all of the races. And they're going to do it in a very small amount of time. So the question becomes, how are the Reapers going to react to this? Well, the whole idea of the Reapers is that they come into the galaxy and eradicate all life once that life gets to a certain point of technological advancement. Then they leave, wait a couple more 1,000 years, allow the lower species to evolve to the point that they reach that level of technology as well, and then they invade again. Well, the demons have technological advancements far superior to that of the Mass Effect universe. So when the Reapers are outside the galaxy looking in, seeing that all of these people that they were about to attack and murder has reached the level of technological advancement that we're not comfortable with, are being wiped out by another race that is significantly more advanced than them, they're gonna want to come in and wipe them out as well. Except that they won't really be able to. The Reapers are shown being able to be taken out by big enough space lasers or aerial bombardments. They're basically just big ass fucking robots, or like a starship. They're not really that impressive. The most impressive thing about them is the indoctrination that they can do, which we see affect the Elusive Man. But the Elusive Man's indoctrination took over 2 years to actually start seeing the effects of. It's a really fucking weak indoctrination, and the corruption from the demons is significantly more powerful. There is no reason whatsoever to believe that the Reaper indoctrination will take over any of the demons, or that the Reapers will be alive long enough to even see that happen. The only thing that will be immune to the demonic corruption will be the Reapers and the Geth. And just like the organics in the Mass Effect universe, they're not strong enough to do shit. The humans of the Doom universe had weaponry that can blow a hole straight through fucking Mars. They were damn near a planet-busting race of people, and they still weren't able to overcome the demons. There is no evidence whatsoever that the Reapers are even close to that level of power. We haven't even seen them wipe out a city. The power level difference is fucking insane. Honestly, the best part of this matchup is seeing the Reapers, who see themselves as gods, come in and wipe out the lowly organics, show up, and then just see what real gods look like. And I kind of wish they had facial expressions, because I would really like to see the look on their face when they come in and a fucking Titan one-shots the entire army of them. Shit will be fucking beautiful. So anyway, to summarize, the organic races in the Geth are not getting past even the heavies, and the Reapers aren't capable of getting through the super heavies and are being completely wiped out by the Titans. It's not even going to be close. Honestly, no joke, I think even the basic fodder enemies Argent cannons are probably going to be capable of wiping out pretty much anyone in the Mass Effect universe. This is a pretty sad day for Mass Effect, not gonna lie. Alright, now up next we have Serious Sam. Boomer Shooter versus Boomer Shooter. The only real and true shooter genre. For Halo and Call of Duty Modern Warfare fucks the shooting game genre forever. Why the fuck is ADS even a concept? Why do I have to press the fucking look through the sights button every single time I shoot somebody? The whole concept of games like Doom and Blood and Serious Sam is that you're already looking down the sights. That's why the gun is right fucking there by your face on the screen. ADS wasn't a concept because it didn't make any fucking sense. Why would you run around a war zone with your gun at your fucking hip? Raise your gun up, you lazy motherfuckers. Your gun should always be up by your face. The concept of hip fire is fucking stupid. ADS is stupid. Fuck them. Anyway, how's Serious Sam gonna do? And this is kind of a strange one, because this is like the first one where the main character isn't actually the most dangerous dude. Look, Serious Sam Stone is a strong fucking dude. I mean, he's capable of picking up massive fucking cannons, like Revolutionary War cannons, and dual wield them, one in each hand, and firing them both at the same time, and just running around at top speeds, shooting fucking big ass cannons. That's crazy. How much weight is that? A lot. It's a fucking lot. It's a lot. Serious Sam is strong as shit, he's fast as shit, and he has some really kick-ass powerful guns. He's capable of fighting whole armies and wiping them all out by himself. Very impressive, but that's it. His only powers are enhanced physical ability. Speed, strength, durability, that's it. He doesn't have anything else. His guns are just these overblown, explosive, very powerful things. He's gonna need a hell of a lot more than that if he wants to take on the demons. And there's gonna be a certain point where his guns aren't even really gonna hurt demons anymore. Don't get me wrong, his guns are really fucking strong. He's able to shoot fucking ships out of the sky and shit. That is impressive because those ships have to be able to survive light speed travel across the universe, like sustainably, like casually take that amount of force. So I'm sure his guns will be able to harm all of the ground troop demons. They're not hurting the fucking bosses though. The bosses are superior to Titans. Titans are larger than skyscrapers. They're so heavy that when they fall and hit the ground, the weight of them landing causes untold miles of destruction. And these basic little bitch boss dudes who are like, I don't know, what's that, 10, 12 feet tall, are stronger than them. Their Argent energy cannons cause the cells of anything it hits to explode individually, all their cells at the same time. Not only is Sam shown to not have any resistance to this whatsoever, but he doesn't even have a real way of healing. Once Sam is hurt, he stays fucking hurt. One hit from one demon is gonna fuck him up. Several hits over the course of several weeks of fighting the demons is gonna eventually kill him. And some of those hits from the higher up demons are just gonna straight up kill him in one hit. But that's okay because, as I said, Sam's not really the end all be all. The end all be all is Mental. So if you've never played the series Sam games, the villain of the game's name is Mental. And he's from a race of beings called the Humta, I think. Humta? Am I getting that right? I don't remember. It's a fucking weird, like, Middle Eastern Egyptian sounding name. Anyway, this is a race of beings that are these all-knowing, all-powerful, omnipresent beings that each ruled over its own galaxy. They're basically considered like gods of the Serious Sam universe. And they're all dead. We never find out why they're dead, but there's only one left. And that's Mental. Mental is one of these beings that goes across the entire universe, enslaving and destroying all life that he can find, building his army and continuing on, and you know, he's a big-ass fucking conqueror, life-ending threat. That's like the whole thing. And he is a threat on a galactic scale. Now, you're probably wondering, why the fuck doesn't Serious Sam scale to his own villain Mental? Because he's never fucking seen Mental. He's never fought Mental. All he's ever done is talk to him. We, as the players of the game, have never seen Mental. He's a villain that throughout the entire franchise of Serious Sam has only sent people to kill Sam and has not come himself to deal with him directly. Having said that, he did do a pretty fucking good job. By the time Serious Sam 3 comes out, humanity is fucked. There's only a couple of people still alive. The entire world is a fucking wasteland. And the humans that are left over actually have to use time travel to go back in time to try and essentially get a second chance at winning the war. Basically, Mental's the strongest motherfucker in this universe, and he was capable of overcoming the heroes of the universe. So he's the one that's going to stand the best chance at fighting against the demons. How good of a chance is he gonna stand? Outside of Mental himself, whose best feat is telekinetically throwing the moon into the earth, most of his troops are pretty fucking weak. His army has all different kinds of stuff. I mean, he has mastered magic and technology and has given it to the troops underneath him that follow him and enhanced their powers significantly. The problem is that the technology and the magic within Serious Sam is pretty fucking basic. Serious Sam himself was able to take on and defeat the most powerful magic wielder in the entire universe. And all that magic wielder really was able to do was throw some lightning bolts, summon some monsters, fly, teleport. Just really, really basic shit. Magic in the Serious Sam universe is like the most basic spells you would get in any RPG at the very start of the game. They're not impressive in the slightest. And you can kind of go down the list throughout the entire Serious Sam franchise and look at all the bosses and say pretty much the same thing. Some of them have telekinesis that they could throw shit at you. Some of them can create like illusions. Some of them can teleport. Some of them throw projectiles. But none of it is anything that a roided out guy with a gun can't, you know, outshoot. Now there are a couple of bosses that are really strong just in terms of how fucking big they are. Like they have massive enemies in this game. There's a whole race of aliens in this game that are around this size. But for one, Serious Sam is not actually capable of taking them down himself. He needed a bunch of C4 strategically placed at different points on the creature's body, as well as a mech suit to fight against. I mean, there's a whole fucking army here helping him fight him. And also, this monster just isn't all that powerful. I mean, you're gonna give him a certain level of power just based off of his sheer size. Sure, of course. But he like shoots lasers and, you know, has telekinesis and other different types of blasts. That's really all we see. It's not like the Titans from Doom, who are stated to be able to destroy planets and universes. It's a completely different level of power. So how will an invasion of the Serious Sam universe go? Humans are getting wiped out. Most of the alien races are getting wiped out. Mental's gonna be there being like, okay, I'm gonna just keep sending people. And then eventually he's gonna realize, you know what? I might be in trouble. I gotta deal with this personally. Then he's gonna do some shit like throwing planets or moons or some shit at the planets that the demons are on, thinking that that'll deal with the problem, and maybe it will. Maybe he'll destroy a couple of planets with demons on them and kill them. Cool. But it's just a matter of time before the Titans and the Icon of Sin show up, or some of the demon lords, and then he's fucked. Because throwing a moon isn't all that impressive to them. As far as all-powerful cosmic beings go, again, this one's kind of funny because in Mental's universe, he is like the most powerful peak level thing. He is a god. So powerful that he doesn't even feel a need to bother with this little Serious Sam asshole who's been killing literally thousands of his men. And while he's sitting there being all fucking arrogant and shit, he's gonna think the same thing about the demons. And then when he sees what real gods look like when they show up in his world, he's basically gonna be that little bitch that gets fucking backslapped by them. And then the look on his face is gonna be fucking hilarious when I see, oh, maybe you should have taken this shit a little more seriously. I don't know, guys. I just like to see arrogant bullies get bullied. Look, say what you want about the demons. I know they're bad guys, but they're not these arrogant, smug bullies who believe that they're so much higher than every other person. They're just fucking warriors, man. They like to conquer. So watching them overcome bullies, just it warms my heart. It really does. And last up, we have Earth Defense Force. And I think we fucking did it, guys. I think we finally found the universe that's gonna bitch slap most of these fucking demons. So if you never played Earth Defense Force, I don't know what the fuck you're doing watching this video. Go play it. Go. Leave. Now. Get up. Now. I'm not even gonna continue the video. Alright, gone? Okay, let's talk about Earth Defense Force. So Earth Defense Force is about the Earth Defense Force, and basically it is an alternate Earth where aliens invaded and they did all kinds of fuck shit. They started attacking humans, experimenting on our insects and turning them into these giant fucking monstrosities, and the whole game is about throwing as many fucking enemies at you as humanly possible as you're just this one lone Earth Defense Force officer trying to, well, defend the Earth from this alien invasion. And the game's got everything from giant insects to aliens to fucking kaiju to massive spaceships and everything else. It's a really fucking fun game. But to be more relevant to this video, they're also powerful as fuck. Every single basic trooper of the Earth Defense Force is capable of leveling an entire skyscraper with a single shot from one of their explosive weapons. They are capable of knocking spaceships out of the fucking sky. They can take down kaiju and all manner of other skyscraper-sized monsters. The weakest enemy type, the literal first, like the rat of the RPG game for Earth Defense Force, is a fucking ant that's the size of a semi-truck. You have any idea how strong a fucking ant is? It can lift 100 times its own body weight. An ant that's the size of a semi-truck, even if we take the weight of a small semi-truck, which is only about 10,000 pounds, that's still 500 fucking tons. That's 1,000,000 pounds. The Earth Defense Force officers survive getting picked up and thrown around and chewed up and spit out by these giant fucking monstrosities. And they're the starting enemy type of the game. And then, like, not even a third of the way through the game, you end up going to their nest underground and seeing a bunch of eggs, and the ants start hatching out these eggs, and you realize these motherfuckers have been fighting are babies. The actual full-grown ants show up, and they're like 6 or 7 times bigger than the fucking baby ones you've been fighting this whole time. So multiply that 500 tons by 6 or 7 and you get like 3,000 fucking tons, or 6 million pounds. Again, these are the early game enemies. It just gets more insane after this, and any basic bitch unit of the Earth Defense Force is capable of fighting against them. They can shoot down flying saucers and massive fucking damn near city-sized ships and all manner of other stuff. This might be the most powerful basic soldier unit that even fucking exists in gaming. And that doesn't even take into account the structure of the world that they've made in Earth Defense Force. This is a a world that is constantly just suddenly invaded by aliens and has just sudden giant kaiju pop out of the ground and attack. So the entire planet has to be completely
That's not
covered in
Tuesday, bro.
soldiers and military bases at all times, ready to respond to all this crazy shit that happens. Anytime something happens, they are on site immediately.
like,
to fuck
damn,
with
that's a
it.
weird
The
ass.
version of this Earth that exists within this universe is just built for fighting off invasion. So, can it fight off the demon invasion? Yes, the fuck it can, up to a certain point. The basic demon enemy types do not stand a chance against the Earth Defense Force. They are way too fucking powerful. Every single trooper in the Earth Defense Force, which, by the way, there are so many, because the Society of Earth Defense Force is built in a way that they need so many soldiers to essentially police the entire world at all times. So a large portion of the human population goes through school and high school and all that with the sole goal to eventually join the Earth Defense Force. It's a large army, and every single one of them can fucking level city streets with a couple of shots and tank hits from fucking kaiju and giant space laser weapons. They're gonna mow down these demons like it's not even a problem. Let's get this off the table immediately. Most of the fighters aren't really even gonna be able to hurt them. The only ones that will are the ones that use Argent energy weapons. You're gonna have to get to the demon heavies before you even find a creature that's capable of legitimately harming them. But even then, I don't think it's gonna be any more dangerous than any of the basic bitch ant enemy types that exist within the game. So then you're gonna have to go up to the super heavies. And this is where you're actually gonna start seeing a challenge. But even then, the challenge isn't gonna be anything that the Earth Defense Force hasn't already fought against in the past on several occasions. It's really not until you get to the bosses that now the Earth Defense Force is going to start having problems. Because, again, the bosses excel past the Titans. The Titans have no issues with leveling whole cities with just their own weight, not even actually applying any force to it. While every basic soldier is capable of leveling a skyscraper pretty easily, they're not leveling a fucking city. They have to call in massive airstrikes and shit like that in order to do that level of damage. But even saying that, these airstrikes are not going to kill the bosses. They might hurt them, but again, that whole destroying untold miles with your weight thing that the Titans do, that's just them falling, and that's just basic Titans. That's not even the biggest ones, and the bosses excel beyond them. I think the Earth Defense Force is going to have a really hard time putting any of the bosses down. Now, they do have the benefit that there isn't really that many bosses. If you name them all together, you get like less than 10. With enough time and just throwing enough troops at an individual boss, maybe you can kind of chip them down until you eventually take them out. It's possible, but then you kind of have bigger problems. The Earth Defense Force does not have any hacks whatsoever, not even a little bit. It's all just big-ass explosive guns, which means they have no resistance to things like the corruption. They have absolutely no way of stopping demons from coming back to life, because they just go back to hell and rebuild their bodies when they die. And they really have no way of permanently ending the demonic threat. Their defense force has really never faced anything like this. Their own soldiers will start being corrupted and turning against them. And while they'll mow through the vast majority of the demons, there are demons within Hell's ranks that they just don't stand a chance against. Like the bosses, like the Icon of Sin, like Davith, like the Demon Lords. As I said before, the humans in Doom who fell to the demons did have the ability to blow a fucking hole in Mars and destroy moons and do all that kind of shit, and the Earth Defense Force just doesn't have anything close to that. Their base low-level power is insanely high, but their highest top-tier power is nowhere near what the demons are capable of. So that, and the fact they have no resistance to the demonic corruption, means they will eventually be taken over by the demons, sadly. And that goes the same with the aliens and the kaijus and the giant insects that exist within the Earth Defense Force universe as well. They'll all start getting corrupted and joining the demons' ranks. I do like this one a lot because I think they're definitely going to put up the biggest fight out of anyone we've gone over so far. But it's going to take a very specific kind of universe with a ton of hacks and physical power in order to take down the Doom universe. And that's going to be all for me. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, share, and join the membership. Remember, you get videos early if you join the membership. And always remember, y'all stay safe out there, you hear?
It was said over and over again by the state media of the Democratic Republic of the Soslian people that humans, in spite of their bluffs and bluster, were a weak and pathetic species. It was said that human bones were brittle, and their brains were slow, and their muscles were weak and underdeveloped. And the poor humans, whose gestation process took 9 months to be completed, did not even have the advantage of breeding faster than the Soslians to compensate for their inherent inferiority. The population of the Terran Union, in fact, was stated to only be 12 billion people, a far cry below the Democratic Republic's 18 billion, and a clear sign that the only thing the Union could expect from a war against the Republic was a quick and one-sided bloodbath. That was why the Union was pursuing peace with the Republic, the state media said. The humans, stupid though they were clearly not foolish enough to pick a fight with a species that was clearly their superior. For 8 decades, the Soslian People's Defense Force had been gearing up for a fight against the Terran Union, with the Republic's Supreme Council investing more and more of their budget into the already formidable military. As funds were diverted away from public welfare and civilian government, poverty began to grow, but the Supreme Council did nothing to lift its citizens out of the pit they had put them in. After all, they needed recruits to serve in their military. And, as the ever-increasing crime rate had proven, people in poverty would do anything to escape it. For those poor Soslians who lived in the slums of their sprawling cities, neglected by their leaders and looked down on by their peers, there was but one way to catapult them and their families to success in the regime: enlistment in the military. From there, recruits had 2 paths to take before they could reap the rewards of their service. First was to fight in one of the Democratic Republic's many ongoing wars, whether it was putting down insurgents at home or conquering enemy worlds abroad, and achieve military glory as they rose through the ranks. This path, though enticing to those who sought cheap thrills and the glory of battle, and rejoiced upon hearing the thunderclap sound of railguns or the fried meat sizzle of an energy rifle, was a dangerous one. Nearly a third of Soslian People's Defense Force recruits did not survive combat. Generals spent their soldiers' lives callously, knowing that no matter how many died, there would always be more desperate troops to replace them. Millions of men and women, all high on their regime's propaganda and desperately clamoring for a chance to prove their worth in battle, were thrown into the meat grinder of war without a care for their lives or sanity. Those veterans who survived were compensated well for their service. Many, however, did not survive. But there was another path, one much less dangerous and easier to bear for both the body and the mind. The screaming masses of cannon fodder would always be there, always be ready to be thrown at objectives or grind down enemy armies. But there would always be a need for charismatic, brilliant, and above all else, loyal commanders to lead those armies into battle. The Soslian People's Defense Force, though it saw far more action attacking others than it ever fought in defense, was sorely in need of officers. And to fill that need, the defense academies were created. Acceptance into a defense academy was a cause for celebration for any Soslian. Even the wealthy and middle class, who had mostly turned their sons and daughters away from the life of a defense force grunt, rejoiced when they received word from the local academy master that their child had been selected to join the ranks of the gifted few. To get into a defense academy, one had to be brave, talented, intelligent, and above all else, lucky. Only those born into wealth or high status, whose parents had the connections and money to hire tutors and place their children into rigorous education programs, had any realistic chance at passing the Defense Academy admissions exam and being one of the few elite hundreds chosen out of an applicant pool that was often in the low millions. 119 out of the 120 students in the 32nd accepted class of the 184th Soslian People's Defense Force Defense Academy, or just the Defense Academy for most of them, were selected from applicants in the top 1% of wealth, connections, and social status. Cadet Arslai Vesalrich, born to impoverished parents in the slums of Megacity 91, was the sole exception. Cadet Valsalric had not been fed from a silver spoon and doted on by servants and drones for all of her childhood. She had not been taught how to stand straight and greet a superior with dignity in a house coated in jewels and gold. She had not known luxury. She had not known freedom. All she had known was poverty, hunger, fear, and an inexorable drive to escape the life of servitude she was unlucky enough to be born into. While her competition ate meals.
Flyboys ain't worth their teeth.
Fuck, Jiggy's gone. Guns are down. We've done all we can. Not yet. If this ammunition doesn't make it to the ground, there'll be no point in landing.
Damn sure in the mass. My son, you're the ammo.
Fuck, Jiggy's gone.
Sorry, what?
Guns are down. We've done all we can. Not yet. If this ammunition doesn't make it to the ground, there'll be no point in landing.
Flyboys ain't worth their teeth.
Fuck, Jiggy's gone.
Banzai.
It was said over and over again by the state media of the Democratic Republic of the Soslian people that humans, in spite of their bluffs and bluster, were a weak and pathetic species. It was said that human bones were brittle, and their brains were slow, and their muscles were weak and underdeveloped. And the poor humans, whose gestation process took 9 months to be completed, did not even have the advantage of breeding faster than the Soslians to compensate for their inherent inferiority. The population of the Terran Union, in fact, was stated to only be 12 billion people, a far cry below the Democratic Republic's 18 billion, and a clear sign that the only thing the Union could expect from a war against the Republic was a quick and one-sided bloodbath. That was why the Union was pursuing peace with the Republic, the state media said. The humans, stupid though they were clearly not foolish enough to pick a fight with a species that was clearly their superior. For 8 decades, the Soslian People's Defense Force had been gearing up for a fight against the Terran Union, with the Republic's Supreme Council investing more and more of their budget into the already formidable military. As funds were diverted away from public welfare and civilian government, poverty began to grow, but the Supreme Council did nothing to lift its citizens out of the pit they had put them in. After all, they needed recruits to serve in their military. And, as the ever-increasing crime rate had proven, people in poverty would do anything to escape it. For those poor Soslians who lived in the slums of their sprawling cities, neglected by their leaders and looked down on by their peers, there was but one way to catapult them and their families to success in the regime: enlistment in the military. From there, recruits had 2 paths to take before they could reap the rewards of their service. First was to fight in one of the Democratic Republic's many ongoing wars, whether it was putting down insurgents at home or conquering enemy worlds abroad, and achieve military glory as they rose through the ranks. This path, though enticing to those who sought cheap thrills and the glory of battle, and rejoiced upon hearing the thunderclap sound of railguns, or the fried meat sizzle of an energy rifle was a dangerous one. Nearly a third of Soslian People's Defense Force recruits did not survive combat. Generals spent their soldiers' lives callously, knowing that no matter how many died, there would always be more desperate troops to replace them. Millions of men and women, all high on their regime's propaganda and desperately clamoring for a chance to prove their worth in battle, were thrown into the meat grinder of war without a care for their lives or sanity. Those veterans who survived were compensated well for their service. Many, however, did not survive. But there was another path, one much less dangerous and easier to bear for both the body and the mind. The screaming masses of cannon fodder would always be there, always be ready to be thrown at objectives or grind down enemy armies. But there would always be a need for charismatic, brilliant, and above all else, loyal commanders to lead those armies into battle. The Soslian People's Defense Force, though it saw far more action attacking others than it ever fought in defense, was sorely in need of officers. And to fill that need, the defense academies were created. Acceptance into a defense academy was a cause for celebration for any Soslian. Even the wealthy and middle class, who had mostly turned their sons and daughters away from the life of a defense force grunt, rejoiced when they received word from the local academy master that their child had been selected to join the ranks of the gifted few. To get into a defense academy, one had to be brave, talented, intelligent, and above all else, lucky. Only those born into wealth or high status, whose parents had the connections and money to hire tutors and place their children into rigorous education programs, had any realistic chance at passing the Defense Academy admissions exam and being one of the few elite hundreds chosen out of an applicant pool that was often in the low millions. 119 out of the 120 students in the 32nd accepted class of the 184th Soslian People's Defense Force Defense Academy, or just the Defense Academy for most of them, were selected from applicants in the top 1% of wealth, connections, and social status. Cadet Arslai Vesalrik, born to impoverished parents in the slums of Megacity 91, was the sole exception. Cadet Valsalric had not been fed from a silver spoon and doted on by servants and drones for all of her childhood. She had not been taught how to stand straight and greet a superior with dignity in a house coated in jewels and gold. She had not known luxury. She had not known freedom. All she had known was poverty, hunger, fear, and an inexorable drive to escape the life of servitude she was unlucky enough to be born into. While her competition ate meals of gene-crafted meats prepared by professional chefs, she stole and begged to put food on her plate. While her competition played at fighting for sport, training in the martial art her countrymen practiced as part of their heritage, she fought for her life in back alleys and moldy slums. The percentage of Defense Academy cadets who came from poverty was so low that it wasn't even as big as some rounding errors. Had the Soslian government raised them out of poverty, it would have been higher, but they did not see the point. After all, if the poor were able to afford living expenses without resorting to service in the Soslian People's Defense Force, then many would simply not serve. The leadership of the Democratic Republic of the Soslian people could not afford this. Not when a war against the humans was a very real, very possible, and very frightening possibility. Most Soslians did not believe that war was at their doorstep. Not even Cadet Valsalric did. They saw the news feeds of their glorious defense force in battle, heavily propagandized, of course, and they assumed that no species in the galaxy would be so foolish as to take on the might of the Democratic Republic of the Soslian people, especially not the weak and stupid humans. What they did not realize, of course, was that their news told them only what the state wanted them to hear. The Soslian People's Defense Force struggled and bled for every inch of ground it gained. The burial guns aboard their warships, where Soslian corpses were fired into the nearest star as per their tradition, were firing constantly as Soslian soldiers were thrown carelessly to their deaths. Their families were notified, and the truth was told to each and every single one of them, but it did not matter. The government controlled every source of public information. The campaigns continued. The soldiers died. And though the populace of a particular city or town might notice that their sons and daughters were killed in droves on the front or sent back to their families as trauma-ridden shells, the news would always report success on all fronts. Even Cadet Arslai Valsalriak, a member of the privileged Soslian elite, had not yet been told the truth. Nor most likely would she ever. Cadet Val...
create a bunch of creatures for the game that were inspired by Western folklore, including stuff like dragons, dwarves, elves, etc., and slimes. They trusted their creature designs to their character designer, who was a pretty big balls manga artist at the time, for his recent creation in 1984 named Dragon Ball. When working on the slimes in particular, this character designer was originally told to make the slimes look terrifying, to make them look like Western slimes, that being man-eating monsters that are muck and gum and not appealing to the eye. And he was originally going to do so, but this man had a light bulb go off in his brain and decided to do something a little differently. Rather than make the slime look like a squished piece of gum that you'd find on the sidewalk, this character designer decided to give the slime a goofy-looking face and eyes that made it look cute rather than being disturbing and or terrifying. This ended up being a huge success that ended up turning the slime into the mascot for the Dragon Quest game and changing the course of history for slimes as we know them today. I'm piecing the dots together because this is correct. Akira Toriyama can be credited as the sole reason why slimes, for the first time in history, are now seen as a goofy race rather than something to be afraid of. This guy created Dragon Ball and created the foundation that gave us the modern day slime girl. Rest in peace, Toriyama. At this point, the floodgates are open and the slime can be just about anything, but is mostly now fixated on a really adorable looking mascot that people see and just go, huh, you know, what if we made this, but more human-like? And so, as the years continue, we have more and more examples of different slime creatures, some of them looking more humanoid than others. Apparently in Sailor Moon, there was I think there was a slime girl called Jamanin, if I remember, who I guess she was pretty big. I don't know. If you're wondering what's going on in America at this time, slime is getting the best PR it's ever had when Nickelodeon takes over and uses slime as a part of their gimmick back in 1979, which... Did you guys know Nickelodeon was nearly half a century old at this point? Oh god, I feel like a dinosaur now. But anyway, back in Japan, slime is becoming more humanoid. Yeah, that's where I was. So it continues with the trend until finally in 2012, Monster Musume becomes a thing. And Sue the Slime Girl is I don't want to say it's a household name, but she's about the cutest darn slime girl that slime ever had. So that's the best PR that slime girls are going to get. I'm sure that there's a couple of other dating sims that come here and there that have slime girls in them. I didn't look into individual ones. I don't know of any popular ones, so let me know if there is one or if you have a favorite one in the comments below. But from there, slimes just have an explosion. Like from 2015 onwards, slime girls just become a really huge thing. There's so many DeviantArt accounts that have pictures of slime girls, and the anime community can't get enough of them, which, you know, again, I understand the appeal, but wow. Speaking of the anime community, you would have shows that surround slimes like that of Reincarnated as a Slime, or Monster Girls, or I've Been Slaying Slimes for 300 Years, to name a few. I'm sure that there are plenty others, but doesn't matter because we are now in the modern day, and I have officially covered the history of Slime Girls. Oh my god, that took forever. Like, editing the video is probably going to be like an hour's worth of history. I am sorry for that, but holy cow. I did it, Sue. I did it, Rimuru. I freaking did it. I did it. I did it. I did the slime girl. I did it. For those of you keeping track at home, we are now on shirt number 3. Multi-day project, baby. So what does the history of the slime tell us about what kind of powers and abilities they have? Well, still nothing solid. Solid. It's no guarantee, but I have pulled out 4 major abilities that the slime could realistically have if it existed in our world. So sorry, no magic, they can't use it here. Ability number 1, shapeshifting. Obviously, they can manipulate their slime to take any shape of anything that they want. It could be from whatever they consume, but I imagine that all they need to do is just look at it and they can do it, so... score 1 for deepfakes, I guess. I believe they would also have the ability to permeate their texture, and by that I mean they could change their texture to look from slime to looking more like whatever it is they're mimicking. So, for example, Ditto from Pokemon, whenever it transforms into something, it doesn't look purple, right? It looks like the same color and texture of the Pokemon that they're trying to copy, just with a Ditto smile.
Actually,
At least I think that's the case. I don't know.
That's only in the anime.
When it comes to that.
In actual lore, the Ditto can perfectly copy them, even the face.
That all slimes probably have in common? Consuming things for protein. And just about anything for that matter. That being just other living creatures, to just drunk, to trash, just... I guess, anything they can find, because every slime that I have come across in fiction, I guess with the exception of Ditto from Pokemon, consumes just about anything and can use it for energy. So, superpower. And I'll just put it out there right now, that is my main proponent as to why you shouldn't get a slime girlfriend, because 50-50 shot, and I'm being very generous with those numbers, you're probably going to get one that dissolves things on contact. Stick anything in that slime girl, and you're probably going to lose it. It's like the same rules as Russian roulette. I mean, sure, in that game, maybe it's a 1 out of 6 chance, but that's still a 1 out of 6 chance that I'm going to get offed. So if I take the 50-50 shot of whether or not my slime girlfriend is going to end my lineage, I'm going to decide not to do that, and I am going to instead decide on some other monster girl. And finally, the last thing that I was able to find was slimes are very durable. It's ironic because I think they're usually considered just level 1 creatures, just really easy to defeat and things
Yeah,
that
it's
you
a weird,
just
that's a weird
grind
part about
to
slime.
level up. But for stuff like the Blob and for other fictional slime characters, they seem pretty invulnerable. If a slime is attacking you and you have a gun on hand and you're shooting at it, it's just going to absorb that. It's not going to put it down, because that's just not how it works. And let's say you've been isekai to a fantasy world where slimes exist, right? Who's to say that when you plunge that sword into the slime, it doesn't dissolve and you're left with a metal stub? What's to say that that slime isn't very agile and very good at manipulating its body, so that way it loops around and smacks you upside the head? I think that slimes are a lot more durable than people give them credit for, so I'm going to say that they have invulnerability as well. That's not to say that they're unstoppable, they do have their weaknesses. So in The Blob from 1958, how they're able to stop that is not with guns or any conventional weapons, but by realizing that you can freeze it. And so they somehow managed to capture it. I'm not sure how, I didn't see the movie. But they bring it to Antarctica, where it freezes and can't grow,